Chapter 1084. Qin Yi spoke for a long time. Toward the end he became agitated. Blue veins popped up on his arms. It seemed as though he couldn't wait to kill those bastards from the verdant sect. Qin Feng's heart palpitated. He didn't expect that Qin Yi had been tortured so cruelly in the past half a year. Qin Feng and the verdant sect had been irreconcilable enemies for a long time. This time, the verdant sect had tortured Qin Yi until he was neither a human nor a ghost. Qin Feng was enraged. Bang! Qin Feng slammed his palm down and shattered the glass tea table into pieces. Qin Yi, take me to the verdant sect's research base now. I want to destroy the verdant sect. Qin Yi woke up from his reminiscence. He looked at Qin Feng and said, "Big brother, the research base I'm in is only a small base of the verdant sect. Why don't we wait for a few more days? I'll investigate the other bases of the verdant sect and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to wait. The verdant sect is a heartless organization. They will destroy every base they discover. I'm sure the higher-ups of the verdant sect have already discovered your secret escape. If we don't get there in time, that base might be relocated. Moreover, the verdant sect is much stronger than you and I have imagined. It's best to destroy their bases one by one. If we want to capture them all in one fell swoop, we'll need a very powerful force." Although Qin Feng hated the verdant sect to the core, he wouldn't lose his mind over it. Not long ago in the Devil City, Qin Feng had fought with the ghost-face evil king, who turned out to be a ninth-layer heretic cultivator. It seemed that the sect master behind the scenes of the verdant sect was not as simple as he seemed. Who knew what realm he had reached? After Qin Yi heard Qin Feng's words, he nodded and said, "Big brother's analysis is reasonable. Then let's not delay and prepare now. We'll charge over tonight. All right. You've just escaped from the verdant sect, so you must not be eating or sleeping well for the next few days. Go and get some rest. I'll meet you at 7 tonight, and then we'll go to the verdant sect experimental base." After Qin Feng arranged everything, Qin Yi didn't object and left first. After Qin Yi left, Qin Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the group of cute and beautiful women strolling along the beach. The sun shone down on Hero City and enveloped this sacred land in a golden light. This was the castle that Qin Feng had spent blood, sweat, and tears to build. It was the home that he had built for these women. Qin Feng would not allow anyone to destroy all of this, not even his cousin Qin Yi. After a while, Lu Jie, Huang Jingua, and the others walked in. "Young Master Qin, you were looking for us?" The important people in charge of Hero City's security had arrived. They didn't play around with Qin Feng like they usually did. Instead, they stood in a row with serious expressions on their faces. This was because they were wary of Qin Ye's sudden appearance. After Qin Feng finished talking with Qin Yi, everyone guessed that Qin Feng had something important to announce. Lu Jie, Huang Jingua, long hair, Hua Bei, Hua Tua. Qin Feng glanced at them, and his voice was grave. "Everyone, I'm going out tonight. Guard Hero City well, and don't let any outsiders enter Hero City. Even if you lose your head, you have to protect the sisters-in-law. Do you understand?" It was rare for Qin Feng to be so serious. His body radiated a dignified aura. At this moment, he was fully deserving of being the city, Lord of Hero City. The normally silly Lu Jie and the others were even more serious than Qin Feng. Lu Jie stood up and said, "Young Master Qin, I don't think Qin Yi is reliable. How about young Master Qin? Send him to the capital just in case." In the beginning, Qin Feng also wanted to send Qin Yi back to the capital. However, Qin Yi was his cousin, and after Qin Feng learned of his grandfather's good intentions, he felt guilty toward Qin Ye's younger brothers. This time, Qin Yi had escaped from death. If what he said was true, then Qin Yi had suffered for the past half a year, and all of this had something to do with Qin Feng. Qin Feng wanted to use tonight's operation to test Qin Yi. If Qin Yi was sincere about turning over a new leaf and submitting to Qin Fen like Qin Wudao and Qin Shao, then his brothers would work together. This was what Qin Fen wanted to see. I have my own arrangements. Just do as I say. Qin Fen's voice became cold. Lu Jie immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, young Master Qin. I, Lu Jie, swear to protect the sisters-in-law and the safety of Hero City with my life. Huang Jingui swears to protect our homeland with his life. Long Hair swears to protect our homeland with his life. The three of them swore a blood oath. Hua, Tuo, and Hua Bei also nodded to express their agreement. Qin Fen planned to leave Shimin Chueshue and Ouyang Feng in Hero City tonight. Moreover, those women were all martial artists and had the ability to protect themselves. Qin Fen could then follow Qin Yi to the Verdant Gate base without any worries. After Qin Fen finished giving instructions to Lu Jie and the others, they left to make arrangements. Not long after they left, a large group of beautiful women rushed in. Qin Fen, are you all right? Zhao Lingxian rushed in first and held Qin Fen's arm to check on him. I'm fine. I'm going to destroy one of Verdant Gate's bases with Qin Yi tonight. To prevent Qin Yi from luring us away, I've strengthened the security of Hero City. Everyone be on your guard tonight. If you see anything out of the ordinary, call me in the Hero Alliance. I'll come back immediately to protect everyone. Qin Fen looked at the girls and saw that they all looked nervous. I'm fine. The more the women listened, the more worried they became. They didn't have high hopes for Qin Yi, and now they felt that there was something wrong with him. Qin Fen, why don't you stay? Qin Yi, Sima Tu, and Li Shaojie worked together to suppress you. Qin Yi was killed in the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. It had nothing to do with you. You've already done your best, so don't feel guilty. Han Ying knew what happened half a year ago the best, because she had joined Qin Ye's team and tricked Qin Fen in the business world. Han Ying felt a stabbing pain in her heart when she thought about it. She regretted betraying Qin Fen the most in her life. If she could turn back time, she would rather die than betray Qin Fen. Qin Fen pulled Han Ying into his arms and gently smoothed her furrowed brows. He smiled and said, All right, let bygones be bygones. You'll be the new Han Ying when you come back from America. Build a business empire for me in the future as compensation. Han Ying was deeply moved by Qin Fen's words. She swore in her heart that she would use the rest of her life to make up for her mistake and make Qin Fen the richest person on earth. Since Han Ying failed to dissuade Qin Fen, the other women didn't plan to dissuade him either. Hua Yan stepped forward and said, Qin Fen, I'll go with you tonight. I can't stand those bastards from the Verdant sect any longer. I'll kill them to my heart's content tonight. I want to go as well. I want to eliminate evil for the people. Rin Xiao Yao also stepped forward. Lin Bei Bei, Bai Qing, Zhao Lingxian, Lu Wenjing, a large group of women surrounded Qin Fen and requested to go with him. Qin Fen smiled and patted their heads. How about this? Hua Yan, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Li come with me tonight. The rest of you stay in Hero City and wait for us to come back. Qin Fen chose the three most powerful women. Hua Yan and Rin Xiao Yao had the strength of a stage 8 inner Qi martial artist. Xiao Li was a stage 6 inner Qi martial artist and was as powerful as a stage 8 inner Qi martial artist. The rest of the women pouted unhappily. However, they knew that once Qin Fen had made up his mind, there was no point in arguing with him. The women began to thirst for strength. They didn't want Qin Fen to always take the risk. They wanted to break through their cultivation as soon as possible so that they could fight alongside Qin Fen in the future. Hua Yan and the other two women followed Qin Fen after he settled the women down. Qin Fen left the glacial snow mastiff and the flaming golden eagle in Hero City to protect the women. Qin Fen, I'll go with you tonight. I'll bring the white-haired devil ape to help you. Qiao Shi and and Chang Xian ran over after everything was arranged. The two women were chatting in Chang Xian's house. When they learned that Qin Fun was going to the verdant sect's base, they immediately rushed over. Qin Fun thought it was a good idea to bring Qiao Shishir along. The white-haired devil ape was a powerful demonic beast, and it only listened to Qiao Shishir. Sure, come with us. Tonight, you just need to command the white-haired devil ape to fight. Don't do anything stupid, Qin Fun said while caressing Qiao Shishir's head. As a spirit beastmaster, Qiao Shishir's spiritual energy was stronger than Qin Fun's. However, her strength wasn't that great. She was only a stage 2 inner Qi martial artist. Qin Fun, the verdant sect you are going to fight is very powerful, right? Can I go with you? Chang Xian had just joined the martial artist circle, so there were many things she didn't know. Qin Fun looked at Chang Xian, who had just broken through to stage 1 inner Qi, and said, Big sister Xian, you don't have to go. Stay in Hero City and cultivate. Chang Xian realized that she was too weak, and Qin Feng did not dare to take her to fight. This made Chang Xian feel guilty, and she said with determination, All right, I'll work hard on my cultivation and try to catch up to this sister's progress. After everything was properly arranged, Qin Feng waited until 6:30 and called Qin Yi over. Dinner was ready, and the girls gathered around Qin Fun. Every now and then, they would raise their heads to look at Qin Fun. Qin Fun knew what the girls were thinking, but they didn't say anything since Qin Yi was there. After dinner, Qin Fun led the group and set off. Big brother, are we going with just these people? Qin Yi was speechless when he saw the 4 girls and the ape behind Qin Fun. Qin Fun didn't mind. He smiled and said, Actually, it's more than enough for me to go with you. It's just that these girls want to see the world, so I'm bringing them along to have some fun. Qin Feng wasn't boasting. If Qin Yi didn't play any tricks and really brought him to the verdant sect's research base, Qin Feng wouldn't be afraid of the people from the verdant sect with his current strength, which was comparable to stage 1 true Qi. Plus his flying sword and star tech Qin Yi hadn't seen Qin Fun for more than half a year, so he didn't know Qin Fun's current strength. Even if he heard some rumors about Qin Fun, seeing it with his own eyes and hearing about it couldn't be compared. Ahem, big brother, the verdant sect is full of evil cultivators. Their methods are insidious and changeable. I think it's safer to bring more people. Also, don't bring these sisters-in-law. If something happens to them, I won't be able to bear the responsibility, Qin Yi said as he glanced at Hua Yan and the girls. Hua Yan was already on guard against Qin Yi. Seeing him being so wishy-washy, she immediately became unhappy. Why are you acting like a girl when you're a man? Are you looking down on us women? Why don't we have a fight first? I'm not sure if you can beat me. Qin Yi immediately felt deflated. It wasn't good for him to quarrel with these women. Qin Fun stood up and said, All right, let's move quickly. Otherwise, the verdant sect will move the base away. Seeing that Qin Fun had made up his mind, Qin Yi didn't say anything more. If that's the case, everyone should be careful tonight. If we really can't beat them, retreat immediately. Saving our lives is more important. Hua Yan and the girls glanced at Qin Yi coldly and didn't say anything. Qin Fun patted Qin Yi's shoulder and said, Let's go. You lead the way. Everyone left Hero City. Under the cover of the night, they drove 2 cars and sped away. Chapter 1085. Qin Yi, where is the verdant sect research base? Qin Feng asked while lying leisurely in the passenger seat. Qin Yi said as he drove, It's in Acropolis City's Coiled Snake Mountain. The verdant sect dug a mountain peak into an underground base. That place is very hidden. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. He had stayed in Acropolis City for more than 20 years, but he had never discovered the verdant gate's base hidden in Coiled Snake Mountain. When Qin Feng raced with Wei Xiao Lei on Coiled Snake Mountain, he even killed Wei Xiao Lei and Williams. It was also during that race that Qin Feng met Su Qiuyu for the first time. As the car slowly drove into Coiled Snake Mountain, Qin Feng felt a bit emotional. Qin Feng had practically been to every corner of Acropolis City, and every place had sweet memories with different women. How many Verdant sect disciples are there in this base? Qin Feng felt that he was almost at the base because he could smell the stench of corpses in the air. Qin Yi became somewhat nervous and said, "Many, at least 300 to 500 people. Moreover, there is a Verdant sect's Grand Monarch overseeing them." Although Qin Feng had been enemies with the Verdant sect for a long time, he still didn't know much about the internal affairs of the Verdant sect. What does the Great King mean? Big Brother, the Verdant sect was passed down from the Beggar sect in history. It used to be the biggest sect in the world, but due to the large number of its members, there were endless internal strife. Their behavior was hovering between the righteous and the evil. Later on, the Verdant sect started to practice the evil ways, and a large group of evil cultivators emerged. These evil cultivators eventually ruled the Verdant sect, and it has been developing to this day. There is a very strict hierarchy within the Verdant sect. There are 5 kings, one of which is the Ghost Face Evil Lord. He is the sect master of the Verdant sect, and he leads over 100,000 disciples of the Verdant sect that are spread all over the world. Below him are the 5 kings, who are responsible for guarding the 5 important bases. Below them are the 9 pouch elders, protectors, and disciples, and the experimental base we're going to attack tonight is guarded by one of the 5 kings, the ghost-faced Yin King. Qin Ye's introduction was very detailed. Qin Feng increasingly felt that Qin Yi had really changed for the better. Qin Feng asked, "Is Ghastly Evil King also one of the 5 kings of the Verdant sect?" Qin Yi was stunned for a moment and said, "Yeah, Big Brother, have you ever met the Ghost Face Evil King? It is said that he is a 9th stage evil cultivator, and his strength is comparable to that of a 1st stage true Qi martial cultivator. He is extremely powerful." Qin Yi still didn't know Qin Feng's true strength, so Qin Feng didn't say much. He didn't mention that he had killed the Ghost Face Evil King. There was a cemetery behind the Coiled Snake Mountain. No wonder the Verdant sect chose this place as their base. Ordinary people wouldn't come to such a place. Moreover, the Verdant sect belonged to the evil cultivators, so they preferred this kind of place where Yin Qi gathered, as it was beneficial to their cultivation. "Big Brother, we're almost there." Qin Yi suddenly slowed down and stopped halfway up the hill. Hua Yan's car also stopped behind Qin Feng's car, and both cars turned off their lights. "Big Brother, we're almost there." Everyone got out of the car. They were all dressed in black, as if they wanted to blend into the night. "Qin Feng, have we arrived?" Hua Yan and the other girls surrounded Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and said in a low voice, "According to Qin Ye's information, there are at least 300 to 500 Verdant sect disciples in this base, and there is also a powerful Ghost-Face Evil King. Everyone be careful. If you can't defeat them, run. Don't get hurt, do you hear me?" Qin Feng wasn't worried about himself and Qin Yi. He was afraid that these women would get hurt. Hua Yan, Rin Xiaoyao, and Xiao Shishir nodded. Xiao Li kept checking the surroundings. She frowned as if she had something on her mind, but she didn't say anything. "This is the topographic map I stole when I came out. Big Brother, sister-in-law, take a look." Qin Yi took out a map from his pocket. Qin Feng shone his flashlight on the map. Everyone glanced at it and memorized it. "Big Brother, this base has 4 exits. Why don't we split up and attack from 4 different directions? We'll meet at the underground laboratory," Qin Yi suggested. As Prince Wen of Jincheng City, he was very smart. Qin Feng immediately shook his head and rejected the idea. "No need to split up. We'll all attack from the main entrance." Qin Feng was worried that Xiao Shishir and the other girls would be in danger if they split up. He had to bring the 4 girls with him and keep them in his line of sight at all times. Qin Yi nodded and said, "All right, we'll follow your plan, Big Brother." Xiao Shishir and the other girls nodded. Of course, they would follow Qin Feng's plan. After they reached an agreement, Qin Feng bought 5 night vision goggles from the system and distributed them to the 5 of them. When they put on the goggles, the night before them became as bright as day. Wow. Qin Feng, where did you get this high-tech gadget from? This goggles is insane. Hua Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Rin Xiaoyao and the other girls were shocked as well. Their mouths were wide open, and they looked adorable. Qin Yi was shocked. Half a year ago, when he went against Qin Feng, he discovered that this big brother of his was very mysterious. Now that they met again, he realized that Qin Feng was even more mysterious. All right, let's move out now. Qin Yi will take the lead. Hua Yan, the 4 of you follow behind me. Xiao Shishir, you bring the white-haired demonic ape to cover us. After Qin Feng arranged the team, he took the lead and set off. He leaped and disappeared into the night. Even though Xiao Shishir and the other girls were wearing night vision goggles, they couldn't see Qin Feng's trail. All they saw was a flash of pink light. In the blink of an eye, he landed on a hill several hundred meters away. Rumble! A deafening explosion resounded in the air. Qin Feng shot out dozens of fireballs from his palms, illuminating half of the hill. The entrance to the Verdant Sect research base was right under Qin Feng's feet. The fireballs rained down and destroyed the hill, revealing the entrance to a deep pit. I'll go in first. Qin Feng leaped into the Verdant Sect's base. Qin Yi and the others finally regained their senses. They were dumbfounded by Qin Feng's strength. Sisters-in-law, let's follow him. Swoosh! Qin Yi had already set off at lightning speed. Xiao Shishir and the other girls were a little slower. After a few seconds, they arrived at the edge of the deep pit. The sound of a fierce battle came from underground. It sounded like a bomb had been detonated. Xiao Shishir and the other girls' expressions changed drastically. They were so worried about Qin Feng that they jumped into the pit without a second thought. Who's that? How dare you break into the Verdant Sect research base at night? You're courting death. As soon as they arrived at the bottom of the pit, they saw a dozen Verdant Sect disciples in black robes surrounding Qin Feng. Qin Feng wielded a long sword that was as pure as the moon. He swung the long sword lightly, and as if he was channeling the power of the moon god, he sliced 5 or 6 Verdant Sect disciples who were charging at him into half. Qin Yi dashed forward and fought side by side with Qin Feng. He took out a pair of boxing spikes and threw them at the Verdant Sect disciples. Bang! 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 Deafening noises resounded in the underground pit. Half a year ago, Qin Yi had yet to enter the Tao, but now his strength was comparable to a stage 6 inner Qi martial artist. However, Qin Feng felt a chilly wind blowing from all directions. It seemed to have come from Qin Ye's body when he was fighting. It was at this moment that Xiao Li appeared beside Qin Feng. Be careful, master. Xiao Li had become even more powerful in this graveyard. The chilly wind was so chilly that it scared Hua Yan and the other girls. However, Hua Yan and Rin Xiaoyao were experienced women, so they quickly regained their senses. One of them swung the blood shadow whip, while the other swung the waning moon sword. Bang! Bang! The narrow tunnel was filled with a few people. Sword chi, whip shadows, fist winds, and chilly winds rang out. The Verdant Sect disciples couldn't even withstand a single blow. In an instant, a large number of them were knocked down by Qin Feng and the others. Big brother, let's hurry and kill our way to the laboratory hall. The ghastly King of Een usually stays there. The objective of this operation is to kill the ghastly King of Een so that we can deal a heavy blow to the Verdant Sect. Qin Yi looked anxious. He took the lead and flew into the tunnel, ready to lead the way. In fact, these Verdant Sect disciples were just small fries. It was pointless to kill them all. Qin Feng's real objective was to kill the ghastly King of Een and destroy the laboratory hall. Only then could he deal a heavy blow to the Verdant Sect. Everyone be careful. Qin Feng glanced at the 4 girls behind him. The 4 girls nodded their heads repeatedly. Then they rushed into the depths of the tunnel. Along the way, many verdant sect disciples tried to stop them, but they were instantly killed by Qin Feng and the others. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the laboratory hall. The space inside the hall was much more spacious than before. It was built like a hotel room, with corridors in the east, west, north, and south, and rooms on both sides. There were many verdant sect disciples in the hall. When they saw Qin Feng and the others rushing into the hall, they were all startled. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into the verdant sect's laboratory? Grand Elder, there's no need to waste your breath on them. There's a way out for them, but they chose to barge into hell. Recently, the laboratory hall has been expanding, and we're in need of lab rats. These people have come at the right time. Everyone, let's go together and capture these people alive." After a brief moment of panic, the verdant sect disciples became fierce. One of the elders issued an order, and all the verdant sect disciples in the hall pounced on Qin Feng. Buzz! A strange energy fluctuation reverberated in the air. Qiao Shi, who stood at the back of the crowd, suddenly floated into the air. Her long hair fluttered to the top of her head, and she looked like a demoness who had gone mad. This was the first time Hua Yan, Ren Xiaoyao, and Xiao Li witnessed Qiao Shi's ability. The three girls were puzzled. Qiao Shi was only a stage 2 inner qi martial artist, so why did Qin Feng bring her here? The three girls were dumbfounded when they saw Qiao Shi's ability. Roar! Roar! The white-furred demonic ape that had been guarding the back of the group suddenly went berserk. Everyone thought this ape was tall and big, but it was adorable. Who would have thought it would be so ferocious when it was enraged? The white-furred demonic ape also rushed forward. It swung its arms and spun on the ground. The dozens of verdant sect disciples that had pounced on it were instantly smashed into the wall or the ground and turned into meat paste. This was a demonic beast that had stepped into stage 1 true qi. Even Qin Feng had a headache dealing with it. How could it be a joke when it went berserk? Oh no, these people have brought a demonic beast here. Quick, call the rest of the elders and the elder of technique. Also, bring Lord Ghastly Mask Een King out. The elder of the verdant sect was scared out of his wits, and he hastily called for more people. The verdant sect's disciples suddenly shouted into the air, producing a strange, ear-piercing sound. This was the verdant sect's special signal. A few seconds after the sound was heard, hundreds of people suddenly rushed out of the 4 rows of houses and surrounded Qin Feng and the others in the hall. Roar! The white-furred demonic ape was enraged by these people. It raised its head and roared at the sky. The roar alone was enough to intimidate everyone. The hall shook violently, and some chandeliers fell to ground. Gravel and dust fell from the walls. Bang! Suddenly, there was another loud noise in the hall. A man in a black robe with his face covered appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he had descended from the sky. When his feet landed on the ground, several cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The cracks spread all the way to the wall, and even the wall cracked. Qin Yi, how dare you escape without permission, betray the organization, and bring people here to cause trouble? Today is the day you die. Chapter 1086. Xiao Li, go guard the entrance of the base. Don't let anyone sneak in and attack. Qin Feng suddenly yelled at Xiao Li behind him. Hua Yan, the 3 women, and Qin Yi were dumbfounded. What did Qin Feng mean by calling Xiao Li to guard the door as soon as the ghost face Een King came out? Master. Xiao Li was also quite puzzled and wanted to ask him to stay. She did not want to leave this place and wanted to fight alongside her master. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. There was a trace of disappointment and coldness in his eyes as he roared, I told you to get out, so get out! Quick! Xiao Li jumped in fright. Ever since she had followed Qin Feng, this was the first time her master had been so fierce to her. Xiao Li didn't know what was going on, so she could only jump into the tunnel and fly back. Only Qin Feng, Qin Yi, and Hua Yan were left in the hall. The 5 of them formed a small circle and cautiously observed the hundreds of verdant sect disciples around them. The white-haired demonic ape was still roaring. This demonic beast was already very intelligent, and it could sense that the strongest person in the group was the Ghostface Een King. It stared at the Ghostface Een King and prepared to attack. Ghostface Een King, I've brought Big Brother Qin Feng here today to eradicate this experimental base of yours. The verdant sect has committed all sorts of crimes and is neither human nor ghost. All of you will go to hell. When Qin Yi saw the Ghostface Een King, he was instantly enraged. The Ghostface Een King sneered, "GGG. You want to destroy this research base with just the few of you? Qin Yi, you secretly escaped right after you succeeded in your experiment. Today you came back just in time." The ghastly masked Een King suddenly looked at Qin Feng and said, "And you, brat? So you're Qin Feng. The verdant sect has already issued a kill order, and you're wanted all over the world. Since you've fallen into this daddy's hands tonight, I'll kill you and go back to the sect master to ask for a reward." The Ghostface Een King sneered again and again. He didn't put Qin Feng and the others in his eyes at all. The ghastly masked Een King had heard of Qin Feng's fame, but he wasn't afraid of him. There were more than 500 verdant sect disciples in the base, but Qin Feng's side only sent 5 people. Weren't these people a little too confident? Qin Feng wasted no time and launched his attack. Qin Feng had always killed the verdant sect's heartless bastards whenever he saw one. Whoosh! A pink light flashed and disappeared. A strong gust of wind suddenly swept through the entire hall. The starry sky, flying sword moved as fast as lightning. Before everyone could react, the disciples of verdant sect who stood in the outermost row had already fallen to the ground. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the atmosphere in the hall froze. The attack speed of the cosmic flying sword was so fast and fierce that Qin Feng had killed more than a dozen verdant sect disciples in a split second. However, no one knew what had happened just now. The Ghostface Een King's expression changed drastically, and he no longer had the confidence he had a moment ago. The disciples of the verdant sect instinctively took a few steps back and looked at their fallen comrade with a puzzled expression. Even Hua Yan, the 2 women, and Qin Yi were shocked by Qin Feng's methods. They didn't know what was going on. Whoosh! However, the sword's hum had yet to fade, and it was still flying through the crowd. Hundreds of verdant sect disciples surrounded Qin Feng's group of 5. But at this time, the disciples fell to the ground one by one like tarot cards. More and more people fell to the ground, and the speed of their fall was getting faster and faster. Rumble! The Ghostface Een King finally figured out what was going on, and he flew toward Qin Feng with his palm. "Brat, you're courting death." His palm was still in the air, but it had already shattered half of the space above Qin Feng's head. A violent gust of chilly wind blew, and it was as if dozens of gales were blowing. Hua, Yan, and the other women couldn't even stand steadily, and their delicate bodies began to sway in the wind. "Get lost!" Qin Feng raised his sword and slashed out with Moon's sorrowful sword. Half of the sky above him was suddenly shrouded by sword qi and pierced through the chilly wind. Bang! Bang! A loud sound came from the roof, and dozens of sword qi shattered the ceiling, causing rubble to fall. The ghost-faced Een King had already disappeared, and his movements were even faster than Qin Feng's. Moreover, he was accompanied by gusts of cold wind, which made Qin Feng feel somewhat panicked. Rumble! A chilly wind blew behind Qin Feng. Hua, Yan, and Ren Xiao Yao finally regained their senses when the ghost-faced Een King suddenly reappeared. They hurriedly rushed forward to help Qin Feng block the palm. However, a strange energy wave rippled out, and the snow-white, white-furred demonic ape leaped down like an awakened ancient beast with a furious roar. Rumble! The ground trembled, and the white-furred demonic ape opened its bloody mouth and roared at the ghost-face King. The palm hit the white-furred demonic ape's abdomen, but the demonic beast only took a step back, and it didn't seem to be injured. Bang! Bang! The white-furred demonic ape was completely enraged by the ghost-face King, and it swung its iron arm at the ghost-face King. The air exploded continuously, and it was the sound of air being pierced by the white-furred demonic ape. A trace of fear flashed through the ghost-face King's eyes. This demonic beast's strength was beyond his expectations. Whoosh! The chilly wind blew, and the ghost-face King disappeared again. These two exchanges happened in the blink of an eye. Only after Qin Feng had exchanged blows with the ghost-face King once did the three women and Qin Yi regain their senses and join the battle. This was the difference in strength between everyone and Qin Feng. Qin Feng's title as the strongest martial artist in China's secular world wasn't just for show. With Qin Feng's current strength, killing a stage 8 inner qi expert like Hua Yan was a piece of cake for him. Hua Yan and Xiaoyao, you two deal with the verdant sect disciples. Qin Yi, you destroy the internal laboratory and rescue the hostages. Xiao Sure, deal with the ghost-face King. I'll protect everyone. After a short exchange with the ghost-face King, Qin Feng could tell that the old man's strength wasn't any weaker than the ghost-face King. However, Qin Feng made a big discovery. The ghost-face King wasn't an orthodox evil cultivator. His cultivation method was very unique. This was also the reason why Qin Feng drove Xiao Li away as soon as the ghost-face King appeared. Rumble. As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, everyone immediately changed their formation and unleashed their killing moves. They didn't show any mercy to these deranged verdant sect disciples. The explosions in the laboratory were more intense than the battlefield. Rin Xiaoyao and Hua Yan had a tacit understanding of each other. Hua Yan brandished her blood shadow whip and attacked the verdant sect disciples from a distance. Rin Xiaoyao's moon bashful swordplay was so powerful that it was comparable to Qin Feng's moon morn. Qin Yi, hurry up! Qin Feng cooperated with Qin Yi and charged into the internal laboratory. With moon morn in his hand, Qin Feng controlled the starry sky, flying swords attacks with his mind. Qin Yi was the weakest among them, but with Qin Feng's help, they charged all the way to the innermost door. Rumble. With a flash of pink light, the starry sky flying sword instantly pierced through the huge door. The door collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a completely different world inside. Big brother, I'm going in. Help me guard the door. Qin Yi disappeared from the laboratory with a leap. The disciples of the verdant sect swarmed around him like crazy, forming a dense crowd around the passageway. Rumble. Qin Feng stood alone at the entrance of the laboratory. With a wave of his hand, the long sword in his hand turned into a fiery red spear of rat halos. The spear danced in the air, and several fireballs flew out, instantly burning dozens of verdant sect disciples into ashes. The base was filled with the strong smell of corpse qi. Qin Feng had fought with the verdant sect several times before, so he was already used to it. Rin Xiaoyao and Hua Yan, on the other hand, were so disgusted that they had to hold their breath to fight. Otherwise, they would have fainted from the stench. In the hall, the most intense battle was between the white-haired devil ape and the ghastly masked King. Both of them were at the first stage of true qi. Every time they collided, the entire underground base would shake violently, as if there was an earthquake nearby. Although Qin Feng's side had fewer people, they were all existences with astonishing combat strength. The hundreds of verdant sect disciples were instantly knocked down, and it looked like they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The ghastly masked King was so angry that he screamed. He was no longer in the mood to waste time with the white-haired devil ape. Bursts of black mist burst out from his body, and he disappeared. Everyone be careful. This black mist can confuse the mind. The three of you stand together and grab this sword. Qin Feng was already very familiar with the verdant sect's moves. This black, mist corpse chi was quite terrifying. Qin Feng waved his hand, and an angel sword flickering with a holy radiance flew into the air and landed in Hua Yan's hand. The three girls immediately stood back to back. The angel sword emitted a holy radiance and dispersed the black mist. No black mist could approach within a 1-meter radius of the three girls. It was as if there was an invisible barrier protecting them. Roar! The white-haired devil ape also ran to the three girls' side to protect them. The black mist corpse chi quickly filled the entire hall, as if it had swallowed all the light. The hall was plunged into darkness. Fortunately, Qin Feng had given everyone a pair of night vision goggles before they came in. They hurriedly put on the goggles and were able to clearly see the situation around them. Elder of Importation, set up the formation. The ghastly Mask-In King's voice came from the black mist. Qin Feng immediately urged his thoughts, and the pink light pierced through the air. However, the starry sky flying sword didn't hit the ghastly Mask-In King. This guy's movement speed was really fast. GGG. Ear-piercing strange noises drifted around the black mist. It sounded like laughter and crying at the same time. Although Hua Yan and the other two girls were very powerful, they were still young girls. Therefore, they trembled in fear when they heard the eerie and creepy noises. Then, the crowd witnessed a strange scene. Dozens of black-robed men suddenly appeared and piled up the injured disciples of the verdant sect. Dozens of cultivation imparting elders stood in a strange formation and began to impart their cultivation to the injured disciples. After a short while, the verdant sect disciples that Qin Feng and the others had defeated with great difficulty were suddenly revived, as if they had never been injured. All the girls were dumbfounded. Even Qin Feng was shocked. Before they came here, Qin Yi had told him about the hierarchy of the verdant sect. These elder of importation were not very powerful, but they had cultivated the evil path since they were young. Therefore, they could impart their skills to restore the strength of the verdant sect disciples. A battle team of the verdant sect needed a king leader, elder of importation, and ordinary disciples. This kind of battle team could never be defeated because the elder of importation could constantly restore the strength of the verdant sect disciples. Even if the verdant sect disciples were killed, they could be summoned back to life for a short period of time. Qin Feng, these people are so abnormal. What should we do? Hua Yan and the other two girls were scared out of their wits. If they continued to fight like this, they wouldn't be able to defeat these verdant sect disciples, even if they died of exhaustion. Don't panic, everyone. Let's kill the elder of importation of the verdant sect first. Let's see how they're going to impart their skills to us. Qin Feng roared angrily, and several loud noises came from his body. The killer book could only be used in a massacre. The more people he killed, the higher the level of the killer book, and the stronger Qin Feng's strength would be. Ever since Qin Feng obtained the killer book, he had killed many wild beasts and outer disciples in the martial world during the martial world crisis. Then he had raised the killer book to the 3rd level. Chapter 1087. Swoosh! Qin Feng activated the killer book, and the starry sky flying sword turned into a pink light and flashed among the crowd. In a breath's time, a row of verdant sect's disciples fell to the ground. To prevent the elders from healing their injuries, Qin Feng used the flying sword and pierced through their heads. Then, a series of explosions followed, turning the verdant sect's disciples into a sea of blood. Hua Yan and the other two girls were dumbfounded. They knew Qin Feng was powerful, but they didn't know he could be so cruel when he was angry. However, the three girls quickly came back to their senses. All the evil cultivators of the green sect deserved to be killed. These people had harmed countless ordinary people. Killing them was the same as killing the evil and restoring peace and harmony to the land of Huaxia. Sisters, let's kill to our heart's content today. Hua Yan shouted, and the blood shadow whip in her hand slashed in the air. Hua Yan was a dual elemental demon cultivator with both fire and ice attributes. In order to prevent the elders from recovering their strength, Hua Yan purposely used fire attacks to burn the verdant sect's disciples into ashes. Xiao xiao xiao! Ren Xiao Yao's jade-like hands trembled, and the waning moon's sword spun rapidly. Sword qi filled the air, and a dozen verdant sect's disciples exploded in an instant. Qiao Shi didn't join the fight herself. She controlled the white demonic ape to fight the ghastly masked King. The hall was instantly turned into a living hell. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded behind the white demonic ape. Although this demonic beast was powerful, it was still a demonic beast, and its intelligence was no match for a human's. In addition to the black fog, the white demonic ape lost its sense of direction and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. After retreating a few meters, the white demonic ape finally stopped, and the three girls were exposed to the ghastly masked King's attack. A black shadow appeared, and a skinny palm slapped toward the three girls. Hua Yan quickly pushed Qiao Shi and Rin Xiao Yao away, but she was hit by the palm and was sent flying into the wall. Puff! Hua Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Qiao Shi and Rin Xiao Yao were so anxious that tears came out of their eyes. They quickly shouted for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, save Hua Yan, swish! Before the two women could finish their words, Qin Feng had already flown over with the ghost-face King following closely behind him. The ghost-face King sent a palm strike at Hua Yan, who was stuck in the wall. Qin Feng hugged Hua Yan and ran. Rumble! The flying sword and the wind from the ghost-faced King's palm collided, causing the surroundings to explode violently. The hall had long since become unrecognizable, with gravel and dust continuously falling from the ceiling. It felt like the underground base would collapse at any moment. Yan, are you all right? Qin Feng carried Hua Yan to a corner, where Qiao Shi was controlling the white-haired demonic ape to stop the ghost-face King. Hua Yan's face was pale, and her breathing was rapid. She endured the pain and smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, my chest was hit. It hurts. Qin Feng quickly took out a qi-strengthening pill and stuffed it into Hua Yan's mouth. Then he rubbed her heart and said, "It's okay. You'll be fine in a while. Yan, you have to hold on." "Yes, but it's no use rubbing it. You have to kiss it." Hua Yan knew that Qin Feng was worried about her, but she didn't want Qin Feng to worry, so she purposely joked with him. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He forced a smile and said, "All right, I'll take you home for a kiss after I take revenge for Yan." Qin Feng placed Hua Yan in a corner, and Rin Little Demon immediately flew over to protect her. Qin Feng's nocturnal clothes had long disappeared, and they were replaced by the purple thunder wild robe. Qin Feng was enraged, and his eyes were spitting fire. The purple light on Qin Feng's battle robe seemed to surge with electricity. It was filled with uneasiness. Two dazzling balls of fire burned on Qin Feng's fists. Pink cosmic flying swords and countless purple lightning bolts flew around his body. Rumble! Qin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next second he reappeared in the middle of the crowd. Tiger and dragon roars resounded in the air. Qin Feng used the destructive fire and the special thunder tiger fists to attack the verdant sect disciples. Pink light danced around Qin Feng, and every time he passed, a verdant sect disciple would fall to the ground and explode. Purple lightning bolts fell from the sky and split the earth. The verdant sect disciples who were hit by Qin Feng's fists instantly turned into ashes and vanished into thin air. Bang! 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 The verdant sect disciples were like ants in front of the enraged Qin Feng, and he killed them with every punch. The system notification resounded in Qin Feng's mind. "Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for eliminating 10 people. You have upgraded the killer book to level 1. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for eliminating 30 people. You have upgraded the killer book to level 2. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, For eliminating 50 people, you have upgraded the killer book to level 3. Wherever Qin Feng went, everything was turned into hell. Even the frenzied verdant sect disciples were afraid of Qin Feng. Many of them had already started to run for their lives, and they looked at Qin Feng as if he was a demon from hell. Qin Feng stepped on the corpses, and the blood on the ground covered his shoes. However, he did not stop. In less than a minute, he had upgraded the killer book to level 3. At this moment, Qin Feng's overall strength had increased by 5 times, and he had reached stage 1 true qi. Combined with his powerful attacks, he could unleash the strength of a stage 2 true qi cultivator. Although Qin Feng was alone, he seemed to be able to defeat an army of thousands. Rin Xiaoyao and Hua Yan were dumbfounded. The two girls were infatuated with Qin Feng, and they realized that their man was really handsome and domineering. Solitary 9 swords. Rumble. Qin Feng waved his hand, and moon sorrow descended from the sky. It looked like a simple slash, but it instantly enveloped the entire hall with sword qi. The verdant sect disciples in the hall screamed in agony. Those who were struck by the sword qi had their bodies split open and exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for eliminating 100 people. You have upgraded the killer book to level 4. The system notification sounded again. This was the first time Qin Feng had upgraded the killer book to level 4. Qin Feng's overall strength had increased by 3 times under the effect of the killer book. His body emitted a fiery glow, and he looked like a demon from hell who had just emerged from the flames. Bang! 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 Along with the increase in his strength, Qin Feng instantly comprehended more advanced combat techniques. The solitary 9 swords and the special thunder tiger fists had unleashed unimaginable power, and even Qin Feng was amazed. The sturdy underground base could no longer withstand Qin Feng's radiance, and the corner where Hua Yan and Qiao Shishir were standing began to collapse. The two girls quickly ran to Qin Feng's side, but Qin Feng stood in front of them like an unyielding mountain, protecting them with all his might. Shishir, come here quickly! Qin Feng's roar shook the ground. Shocked by Qin Feng's strength, Qiao Shishir hastily leaped onto the white-haired devil ape's shoulder and ran to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the base, and before him was a large hall. The hall was littered with corpses. Only a few of the 500 verdant sect disciples were left, and half of them were killed by Qin Feng. Rumble. He clapped his palms together, and even the intensity of the fire of destruction skyrocketed. Wherever the flames went, the walls and reinforced concrete quickly melted. The temperature in the hall rose sharply, and it was like a sauna. The 3 women were covered in fragrant sweat, and their clothes were sticking to their skin. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for eliminating 200 people. You have upgraded the killer book to level 5. Qin Feng had never thought of upgrading the killer book to level 5. In today's society, it was impossible to eliminate 200 people. However, Qin Feng did it tonight in the verdant sect's base. He killed the verdant sect disciples without blinking an eye, and it was as easy as stepping on 200 ants. After upgrading the killer book to level 5, Qin Feng's strength increased by 5 times. The murderous aura gushing out of his body seemed to solidify. The strongest Qin Feng had ever encountered was a level 1 true qi stage opponent. He couldn't tell which level of true qi stage he had reached. However, Qin Feng had witnessed Ouyang Feng's strength, and he believed that Ouyang Feng wouldn't last more than 10 moves against him. Master, are you all right? Qin Feng's sudden increase in strength scared Ren Xiaoyao. She hastily held Qin Feng's arm from behind, afraid that Qin Feng would go berserk. Hua Yan and Qiao Shishir looked worried, but Qin Feng was fine. He smiled at the 3 women and disappeared from their sight. Bang! Qin Feng reappeared in the blink of an eye. He punched the ghastly masked Yin King, who was hiding in the dark, and sent him flying. At this moment, the ghastly Masking King couldn't even withstand a single blow from Qin Feng. The Yin King sank into the wall and stared at Qin Feng in horror. Up until now, he still hadn't figured out what was going on. Qin Feng's strength rose from the peak of Stage 9 Inner Qi, all the way to Stage 2 of True Qi? What kind of crooked cultivation method did you practice? The ghastly Mask Yin King's voice trembled, and his previous arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Qin Feng's figure disappeared and then reappeared. He punched the ghastly Mask Yin King's stomach, and the entire wall collapsed. The ghastly Mask Yin King was smashed into the ground by the falling bricks, and Qin Feng had already returned to the three girls. Ghastly Mask Yin King, this is the result of injuring my women. Today is the day you die. Qin Feng stood like a pine tree, like an indestructible god of war. Hearing Qin Feng's domineering words, the three girls were extremely excited, especially Hua Yan. She couldn't wait to pounce on Qin Feng and fight him for 300 rounds, because Qin Feng was furious because of her. The ghastly Mask Yin King was already battered and exhausted. He was lying under a few pieces of the wall, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. This was an expert comparable to a Stage 1 True Qi expert, but he was beaten like a stray dog by Qin Feng. If this scene was seen by the martial cultivators of China's secular world, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Qin Feng's strength was much stronger than what they had imagined. Qin Feng, spare my life. I can plead with the verdant sect master and ask him to cancel the order to hunt you down. The ghastly Mask Yin King realized that he had suffered a crushing defeat, and he actually started to plead with Qin Feng. With a muffled rumble, Qin Feng's figure appeared on the ghastly Mask Yin King's body. He stepped on the broken walls and stomped the ghastly Mask Yin King deeper into the ground. Do you think I'm afraid of the verdant sect's order to hunt me down? I can't wait for the verdant sect's people to hunt me down. No matter how many of them come, I'll kill them all. Don't worry, your verdant sect. When I'm done with my business, I'll personally go and exterminate your entire sect. Qin Feng and the verdant sect already had an irreconcilable enmity. Forget about the verdant sect sparing Qin Feng, because Qin Feng would never spare the verdant sect. The ghastly Mask Yin King realized that Qin Feng's side couldn't be persuaded, so he suddenly sent a palm strike at the bottom of Qin Feng's feet. His palm carried a mass of black mist, and it instantly enveloped Qin Feng's entire body. Hua Yan and the other two girls screamed in fear. This black mist seemed to be even more intense than the one released by the ghastly Mask Yin King. The black mist was like a burning flame, and it actually started to explode in an instant. A series of loud explosions rang out one after another. Qin Feng was in the middle of the black mist, and this time he was definitely going to die from the explosions. Hua Yan and the other two girls were so anxious that they started to shed tears. Ren Xiao Yao raised her sword and was about to rush forward to kill the ghastly Mask Yin King. Whoosh! But at this time, a pink light flickered and directly pierced through the ghastly Mask Yin King's head. Another series of explosions rang out, and the ghastly Mask Yin King's entire body exploded. However, there was no blood, and instead, masses of black mist filled the air. This guy's body was filled with corpse qi. Qin Feng, are you all right? Seeing Qin Feng fall to the ground, the three girls immediately surrounded him. Chapter 1088. Not long ago, there was a fierce battle in the hall, as if it was the end of the world. At this time, the hall fell into silence. If it weren't for the messy floor and collapsed walls, it would seem as if nothing had happened. The effect of the 5-stage killer book hadn't worn off yet, so Qin Feng didn't know which stage of the true Qi stage he was now. Qin Feng's body emitted a surging, murderous aura. His overbearing aura made it difficult for Hua Yan and the other women to breathe. Even the ferocious, white-furred devil ape was slightly afraid of Qin Feng and kept a safe distance from him. The three women were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene of an earthquake. They couldn't accept it, even though they had seen it with their own eyes. "Big brother, how are you guys?" Qin Ye's voice came from the experimental base. Qin Yi ran out with a group of subjects. As soon as they arrived at the door, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They didn't know what had happened here. Qin Yi, is the base destroyed? Qin Feng looked at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Yi hadn't come to his senses yet. His eyes were full of shock. He stammered, It's destroyed. These are the subjects I rescued. Are you guys done? I was about to come out and help. Okay, then let's go. Qin Feng didn't say anything and took the lead to walk out. The three women quickly followed Qin Feng. They had fought to their heart's content tonight. Qin Yi and the hundreds of experimenters foolishly followed behind Qin Feng and the others. When everyone walked out of the underground laboratory, someone in the crowd finally shouted excitedly, We really rescued them. That's great. That's really great. Is this young hero the one who saved us? Young hero, you are our second parent. Please accept this old man's salute. An old man kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Feng with tears streaming down his face. The others also knelt down in unison. They lived an inhuman life in the Verdant Gate base. They couldn't die even if they wanted to. Half of the subjects had their organs replaced with corpse qi, and the other half had their blood replaced with animal blood for experiments. Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. Hundreds of people bowed to Qin Feng. The scene was too shocking. Qin Feng hurriedly helped one of the elders to get up. Hua Yan and the other two girls also couldn't bear it, so they helped everyone up. Everyone, please rise. I have an irreconcilable grudge against the Verdant sect. It's my duty to annihilate the Verdant sect, and it's my duty to save everyone. You don't have to be so courteous with me. We're all Chinese compatriots with the blood of the dragon flowing in our veins. We're family. Qin Feng's words were hot-blooded and impassioned, and the rescued subjects were moved to tears. Xiao Li had already come to Qin Feng's side, but her expression was a bit unhappy. She kept her head down and didn't say anything. Big brother, let these people go. Qin Yi suggested. Qin Feng gave Qin Yi a meaningful look. He shook his head and said, If we let these people go, they'll die anyway. They've already been modified by the Verdant sect. Without the Verdant sect's corpse energy or animal blood to sustain them, they won't live for more than 3 days. Qin Feng's words gave everyone a fright, and they wanted to kneel down again. Young hero, since you're able to destroy the Verdant sect's research base, you must be a very powerful person. I hope young hero can save everyone's life. In the future, we'll repay young hero's kindness by working like a slave. Qin Feng waved his hand. After everyone quieted down, he said, Don't worry, everyone. Come back with me. I have a way to save you. Really? Thank you so much, young hero. You're like a living bodhisattva. Everyone was grateful to Qin Feng. Hua Yan and the other 3 women were also very happy. The reason why these women were willing to follow Qin Feng and didn't care that there were many other women around him was because of Qin Feng's unique charm. Qin Feng would never show any mercy to his enemies and evildoers. He would kill them all. Qin Feng was as tender as water to good people and his family, and he would even sacrifice his life for them. Everyone loved this Qin Feng, and they loved him so much that they couldn't help themselves. The 4 women surrounded Qin Feng, and they all wanted to throw themselves into his arms. Qin Feng had already led everyone back to Hero City. Since there were too many test subjects that had been rescued, Qin Feng gave Lu Jia a call. Not long after, Lu Jia and Huang Jinghua arrived with a large group of people. There were more than 30 cars in total. Qin Feng briefly explained the situation to Lu Jia, and Lu Jia and Huang Jinghua arranged for everyone to get into the cars. On the other hand, Qin Feng drove the car they came in with the 4 women and led the charge. More than 30 BMWs followed behind them. Under the night sky of Orchid City, this luxurious motorcade attracted many onlookers. Qin Feng, are you all right? Qin Feng was surrounded by the women as soon as he returned to Hero City. Tonight, Hero City was peaceful. No one attacked them. Qin Feng greeted the women and arranged for the rescued subjects to be treated. Senior Hua Tuo, can you cure these people? Qin Feng asked Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo didn't express his opinion directly. He walked over to the group of test subjects and randomly picked a few people to feel their pulse and check their physical conditions. Young Master Qin, they can be cured, but it will take a month, Hua Tuo said calmly after checking their conditions. Since Hua Tuo said he could cure them, Qin Feng didn't have to worry anymore. He ordered Lu Jia, go and arrange for their accommodation, and help Senior Hua Tuo to treat them. Yes, young Master Qin. Qin Feng was swift and decisive when it came to business. He quickly arranged everything. The 100 or so people who were saved were incredibly moved. They all knelt down again. Young Master Qin, after we're cured, we're willing to stay and work for young Master Qin. In the future, we'll do anything to repay young Master Qin for saving our lives. These experimenters were all captured by the Verdant sect. Many of their relatives had died during the experiments. These people had a similar life experience as Shaoli, and they were all alone in this world without anyone to rely on. Qin Feng's heart softened. He looked at the crowd and said, "All right, everyone, focus on your treatment for the next month. After you're cured, you can choose to stay or leave. If you're willing to stay and develop your career in Hero City, I'll welcome you with open arms." Hero City was developing rapidly, and it was changing every day. Right now, Hero City was in dire need of manpower, and Qin Feng didn't want just anyone. He needed people like Lu Jie and Longhair, who would follow him with all their hearts. That way, the safety of Hero City would not be compromised, and such a person was extremely valuable. The 100 or so test subjects in front of him could cultivate a group of people who were loyal and devoted to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had given them a second chance at life, and this kindness was even more valuable than gold. The group of rescued subjects had left with Hua Tuo. Qin Feng chatted with the women for a while and said to Qin Yi, "Tonight's attack was a success. Come to my room." Qin Feng went to talk business with Qin Yi, and the women did not bother Qin Feng anymore. Qin Feng and Qin Yi sat in the living room when they arrived at the villa. Qin Yi couldn't contain his excitement and said, "Big brother, I've finally avenged myself. I can't express my excitement with words. Big brother, you're much stronger than I thought. It's great that the Qin clan has an expert like you." Qin Feng sat calmly on the sofa and looked at Qin Yi, who was dancing with joy. He seemed to be deep in thought. After Qin Yi finished his long speech, Qin Feng said, "Qin Yi, you've done a great service tonight. If you didn't point out the location of the Verdant sect's base, I wouldn't have been able to destroy the research facility and rescue nearly 100 people who were suffering. Since you want to stay and develop your career in Hero City, I'll do as you say. From now on, you'll be in charge of the security of Hero City with Lu Jie and the others. You're not very powerful, so you can speed up your cultivation when you're free. Now that Hero City is filled with spiritual energy, it'll be twice as fast as the outside world." Qin Feng made up his mind, and Qin Yi promised, "Okay, big brother. Don't worry. I'll help big brother take care of Hero City." Qin Feng stretched his body and stood up. "All right, you must be exhausted tonight. Rest early. I'll leave this villa for you to stay in. I still have many things to do, so I won't be staying in Hero City for too long." Qin Yi escorted Qin Feng out of the villa. As he watched Qin Feng's silhouette disappear into the dark night, Qin Ye's amiable smile suddenly turned cold. "Qin Feng, my good big brother, don't worry and go do your big business. After you leave, I'll help you take care of Hero City and your sisters-in-law." "Master!" Qin Feng left the villa and was about to go to Hua Yan's room to check on her injuries when Shao Li suddenly appeared on his way. Shao Li was a ghost cultivator, so he didn't make any noise when he walked at night. Qin Feng was startled. "Shao Li, are you trying to scare me by pretending to be a ghost?" Xiao Li stuck out her tongue awkwardly. She had been in low spirits ever since she came back from destroying the Verdant Gate experimental base. Qin Feng suddenly walked up to her and pulled her into his arms. Xiao Li's delicate body trembled. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with an aggrieved expression. Master, do you not want Xiao Li to stay by your side? If that's the case, I'll leave tonight. Back at the Verdant Gate experimental base, Qin Feng yelled at Xiao Li to leave as soon as the ghost-faced Yin King appeared. Xiao Li felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She had hoped to fight Qin Feng to the death, but Qin Feng had asked her to leave. Xiao Li didn't need to explain. Qin Feng understood everything. He hugged Xiao Li and said in a low voice, "Don't overthink it. I don't mean anything else. I asked you to leave because I was afraid your identity as a ghost cultivator would be exposed. Didn't you notice? Both Qin Yi and the ghost-faced Yin King are ghost cultivators." Qin Feng's words shocked Xiao Li. She seemed to have suddenly understood something. She hastily said, "Master, actually, when we broke into the underground tunnel of the experimental base, I felt something was wrong with Qin Ye's cultivation method. When I approached him, I felt waves of chilly wind. I thought it was my own chilly wind. But now that Master said it, I understand. He really is a ghost cultivator." Qin Feng nodded and asked with a solemn expression, "Xiao Li, does your sect of ghost cultivators have any evil methods to bring the dead back to life?" Xiao Li's big eyes turned. She thought for a while and shook her head. "It's impossible to bring the dead back to life. However, ghost cultivators cultivate their soul power, not their physical bodies. Even if their physical bodies die or explode, as long as their soul power remains, they can attach to a new physical body and continue cultivating. To put it simply, even if my physical body is destroyed, as long as my soul power remains, I won't die." Xiao Li explained the true meaning of ghost cultivators in detail. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had already seen through the secret behind the destruction of the Verdant Gate. He bent down and whispered something into Xiao Li's ear. Xiao Li's expression changed drastically after hearing Qin Feng's words. She cried out in fear. "So that's how it is. Master, Xiao Li has wronged you. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely keep an eye on Qin Yi." Chapter 1089. Qin Feng lay on Hua Yan's bed. Hua Yan was so tired that she fell asleep in Qin Feng's arms. Last night, when Qin Feng came to check on Hua Yan's injury, Hua Yan insisted on Qin Feng kissing her. Qin Feng kissed her and was busy until this morning. Looking at Hua Yan's tired and quiet face, Qin Feng did not disturb her and left her room. Early in the morning, Leah and Ao Shaowan rushed over from Hong Kong. Every day, these two women would ask if Qin Fen had returned to Hero City. If Qin Fen returned, the two women would immediately fly to Hero City to play with him. There were too many women around Qin Feng. Only then did Qin Feng realize that he had been too flirtatious. "Big brother Qin Feng, it's time for us to hunt sharks. Otherwise, we can go to Devil Beast Mountain to hunt." Zhang Ku had been pestering Qin Feng every day. Even Qin Feng was afraid of this woman. The ancient giant beast's gene was really powerful. "Ku, stop fooling around. It's not appropriate for a girl to hunt sharks every day. Be careful that you don't scare away your fans." Rao Sherman rolled her eyes. She wished she could cut ties with Zhang Kuku. The other women also stopped Qin Feng from going hunting. Apart from Zhang Kuku, none of them wanted to go hunting. That was not something women should do. Qin Feng brought the women to the beach. The food cooked by Qin Feng with the destructive fire was absolutely delicious. The women were drooling. There were 3 superstars in the crowd, the pretty girl group and Cher. The rest of the girls were already familiar with the pretty girls, and they had gotten closer to Cher over the past few days. They weren't like Cher, who had rejected Cher when she first arrived. "Sherman, why don't you and Cuckoo sing because of you?" "I love that song." Qin Feng's women were very young. They were at the age to chase after stars, so they liked the pretty girl group very much. Lin Bei clapped her hands and cheered. "All right, Cher, your role in My Rich Missy was so good. I watched it 5 times and cried 5 times. I remember now." Didn't the pretty girl group and Cher co-star in a movie called Hedonist Sovereign? The movie was released recently and broke the international box office record. I like Zheng Shuai very much. Do you have his contact? Bai Qing was infatuated, and Zhao Lingxian, Lu Wenjing, and the other women couldn't stay calm. I also want Marshal Zheng's contact information. Sherman, tell me secretly. Handsome Zheng isn't handsome, but his charisma is irresistible. He's a true actor. He relies on his acting skills. Su Xiatian shouted as she bounced up and down. As soon as they started talking about Zheng Shuai, all the girls went crazy and ignored Qin Feng. The beautiful girls pretended not to know anything and did not speak. Cher had just arrived to Hero City, so she did not know that Qin Feng had purposely hidden Zheng Shuai's identity. She looked at the girls curiously. "Don't you know Zheng Shuai? Why do you need his contact information?" As soon as Shuai spoke, all the women looked at her in astonishment. Qin Feng's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't want to expose his identity as Zheng Shuai. It was too ugly. "Shuai, or what are you saying? We don't know who Zheng Shuai is." Su Qiuyu was confused. Cher glanced at Qin Feng, and when she saw Qin Feng shaking his head, she immediately understood. "Oh, that's my mistake. But I don't have Zheng Shuai's contact information. Ahem. Ahem. Are you women asking for a beating? What are you talking about in front of me?" Qin Feng was afraid these women would get into trouble if they kept asking, so he pretended to be angry and yelled at them. The women immediately shut their mouths and stole glances at each other. They wanted to laugh, but held back their laughter. Rao Sherman said, "Qin Feng, I have something to talk to you about alone." "Kiki, Cher, come with me." Rao Sherman walked to the side, and Qin Feng and the others followed her. "Sherman, what's the matter?" Qin Feng guessed it had something to do with Zheng Shuai's identity. "Qin Feng, our movie, Hedonist Sovereign, is doing very well at the box office. In a week, we'll be presenting the award at the Cannes Film Festival. You've been nominated for the Golden Deer Award. Do you want to go?" Rao Sherman knew Qin Feng was just acting for fun. Now that Qin Feng had regained his identity, he probably wouldn't be interested in the Golden Deer Award. The Golden Deer Award? Of course I want to go. I must get this award. Qin Feng thought of the Superstar mission. He hadn't completed the Superstar main mission and the second side mission. And the second side mission was for Qin Feng to win the Golden Deer Award. Rao Sherman and the other 2 women were stunned. They didn't expect Qin Feng to be interested in the Golden Deer Award. Qin Feng was already the #1 martial artist in China's secular world. Was he going to become the #1 male celebrity in China? "Qin Feng, are you really going?" "That's great." Cher was excited after she regained her senses. The beautiful girls looked at Cher in confusion. They couldn't understand her thoughts. Qin Feng asked, "What's wrong, Cher? Are you going to attend the Cannes Film Festival?" Cher glanced at the beautiful girls vaguely, and then at Qin Feng. "Why don't I talk to you later?" Qin Feng immediately understood Cher's intention. Perhaps Cher had some secrets about the system that she couldn't reveal in front of the beautiful girls. "All right, let's stay in Hero City for a few days and then go to the provincial capital to look for the Divine Dragon. I have a treasure to give him. After that, we'll attend the Cannes Film Festival and bring home the Golden Deer Award." Qin Feng immediately came up with a plan. He still had to complete the Superstar mission. The main mission and the second side mission would cost him 70,000 hedonist points. "Cool, let's go eat first." Rao Sherman could tell that Cher wanted to talk to Qin Feng alone, so she pulled Zhang Cuckoo away. After the 2 women left, Qin Feng looked at Cher and asked, "Do you have something to tell me?" Cher nodded and said, "Qin Feng, I have many unfinished missions. Flower Squirrel told me that you can help me complete the missions, and the star points you get will be converted into Hedonist points for you. Cher was different from Qin Feng. After she obtained the Sovereign Superstar system, she was more afraid and didn't have the heart to complete the missions. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had become a questmaster after owning the system for so long. Okay, then share the missions with me. I'll see what they are. Qin Feng agreed without thinking. The two of them sat on the beach. Cher held Qin Feng's arm and transferred all the missions to the Hedonist Sovereign System. Superstar Mission 1. Become a popular movie star with over 30 million Weibo fans. Mission time limit: 6 months. 1 month left. Superstar Mission 2. Shoot a blockbuster movie. Make the movie's box office exceed 10 billion Weibo fans. Mission time limit: 6 months. 1 month left. Superstar Mission 5. Obtain an Oscar Golden Phoenix Award. Mission time limit: 6 months. 1 month left. Qin Feng looked at the missions in Cher's superstar system. Most of them were related to celebrities. To Qin Feng, Cher's missions were not difficult. Qin Feng said, "Leave these missions to me. Let's start now." Qin Feng's words were a little ambiguous. He said to start the missions now, but Cher's heart suddenly tightened. She thought of doing other things. She shyly buried her head in Qin Feng's arm and said nothing. Qin Feng took out his phone and logged into his Weibo account, which he hadn't used for a long time. When Qin Feng was doing the celebrity mission as Zhang Shuai, the first side mission was to become a popular singer, and the system's criterion was to have 20 million Weibo fans. Qin Feng had already reached 20 million fans. After a month of absence, Zhang Shuai discovered that his fan count had skyrocketed again. It had exceeded 35 million fans. He guessed that it had something to do with the box office sales of Hedonist Sovereign. Qin Feng looked at Cher's missions. The first side mission of Superstar was to have over 30 million fans. The third side mission was to have a rumored boyfriend. Qin Feng immediately took out his cell phone and looked at Cher in his arms. He suddenly pulled down the collar of her dress and pressed his face against Cher's lips. "Ah, Qin Feng, are we going to do it?" Cher was already flustered. Now, she became even more nervous. Ever since Qin Feng defeated the divine dragon in the battle at Mount Celestial Dragon, Cher had decided to follow Qin Feng. Whenever Qin Feng wanted her body, Cher would not resist. Qin Feng misunderstood Cher's meaning. He nodded and said, "Of course we're going to do it. Stick closer to me and be more intimate with me." Cher's face was so red that it was about to drip water. She and Qin Feng were not far from the group of women. Were they really going to do it here? Wouldn't they be seen by the other women? Qin Feng really knew how to play. Cher suddenly flipped over and climbed onto Qin Feng's body. She reached out to unbutton Qin Feng's shirt. Qin Feng was shocked. He pressed Cher's shoulder and asked, "Cher, what are you doing?" Cher was stunned. "Ah, aren't we going to do it?" I didn't quite get it the first time. Seeing Cher's bashful expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "We're doing a mission, not that. Even if we're going to do it, we can't do it here." "It's not good if other people see us." Cher was startled awake. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. However, at this moment, Qin Feng pressed the camera button on his phone and took a picture of Shui lying on top of him. "Shui, I've posted this photo on the internet. You don't mind, do you?" After taking the picture, Qin Feng showed it to Cher. In the picture, Qin Feng looked like Zhang Shuai. The two of them were stuck together. Cher's clothes were a little messy, and her face was charming and gentle. Cher felt her body heat up. "Why, you can post it if you want." "I don't mind." Ever since Cher debuted, she had been famous in the entertainment industry for her pure and innocent image. If it were any other man, Cher would never do something like this. She would never allow someone to post such a suggestive picture to ruin her image. Cher knew very well that her reputation would be tarnished after posting this picture. However, Cher listened to Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng did this, he naturally had his reasons. After obtaining Cher's approval, Qin Feng edited the picture, added some words, and posted it on his Weibo. After doing this, Qin Feng checked the other missions in Cher's system. The Super All-Rounder Star Side Mission 2 could also be completed. It required Cher to participate in the filming of a big movie, and the box office had to exceed 10 billion. Actually, Qin Feng was a little puzzled. Didn't Cher star in the movie Hedonist Sovereign? This movie's box office had already exceeded 10 billion. Why didn't Cher's system complete this mission? Cher, didn't the movie Hedonist Sovereign break 100 million in the box office? Qin Feng asked. Cher's blush had yet to recede. She lay quietly in Qin Feng's arms and said, "I asked Flower Squirrel. She said that I withdrew from filming the movie at the end. The producers cut out all of my scenes. I don't have a part in the movie, so I didn't complete the mission." Chapter 1090. Yang Can's Starlight Media Group was the biggest entertainment company in China. Yang Can was the one who introduced Qin Feng to Hong Kong's House of Millions Media Group. The call was quickly connected, and Yang Can said respectfully, "Why, young Master Qin, what do you need this little brother for? Just tell me." Qin Feng's status in China was unparalleled. Yang Can feared Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Not long ago, Qin Feng crippled the Sima family and the Lu family's Lu Shikai when he was still in the provincial capital. Now, all the families in the provincial capital were afraid of offending Qin Feng. One word from him could decide the fate of their family. Yang Can, do you have the right to take responsibility for the movie? Qin Feng went straight to the point. Yang Can was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Feng to ask about this. Qin Feng was the #1 martial artist in China. Why did he care about the movie industry? Young Master Qin, I have half of the shares in Hedonist Sovereign. This movie is doing very well at the box office, and it's all thanks to young Master Qin's brother Zheng Shuai. Young Master Qin, we still haven't given Mr. Zheng Shuai a large sum of money, and we haven't been able to contact him. Could you help me contact him? You don't have to worry about the pay. Just add Snow's name to the movie Hedonist Sovereign. Back then, Snow also did a few scenes, just add them all in. Yang Can became more and more confused as to what Qin Feng was thinking. Did he call just to add scenes for Cher? Logically speaking, this was impossible because the movie had been in theaters for a few days. It was useless to add scenes for Cher. However, Qin Feng said it, so Yang Can didn't dare to hesitate. He agreed immediately. Okay. I'll contact Hong Kong's House of Millions Media now. We'll work together to add Cher's scenes. Qin Feng nodded and added, "All right, Zheng Shuai just posted on Weibo. Promote that picture. The more the better." "Okay, don't worry, young Master Qin. I'll get it done." Qin Feng hung up. Yang Can heaved a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Qin Feng didn't call to cause trouble. Yang Can didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately took out his phone to check Zheng Shuai's Weibo. When he saw the picture of Zheng Shuai and Cher hugging each other as if they were about to have a big fight, he was so shocked that he threw his phone away. Both Cher and the pretty girls were gold medal celebrities that Yang Can had signed. Cher's image had always been that of a pure and innocent girl. Yang Can would never publicize such a photo, even if he was beaten to death. He had to ban this photo. But since Qin Feng had spoken, Yang Can couldn't do anything about it. He hastily ordered the public relations department to promote the photos. He had already decided to give up on Cher. Everything was going on like a raging fire. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was leisurely enjoying the scenery by the seaside with Cher in his arms. Shui, I had never thought that she would fall in love so early. She only decided to follow Qin Feng because she saved her brother's life at Mount Celestial Dragon. Initially, there was no love between them, but after spending time with Qin Feng, Shui found the feeling of falling in love at this very moment. Shui, Er's heart was incomparably tranquil and sweet. She hugged Qin Feng's waist tightly and leaned into his embrace with a sweet smile on her face. She wished that this moment would last forever. Wow, I'm going to explode. Prince Charming Zheng has a girlfriend. The women, who were eating barbecue, suddenly burst into an uproar. Zhao Ling Xian angrily ran over to Shui Er with a few other women. She leapt at Shui Er and tried to pull on her hair. You bitch, you dare to cheat on Qin Feng? I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhao Ling Xian was quite ferocious when she was angry. After all, she was the daughter of a wealthy family in Acropolis City. This sudden change was too sudden, and Shui Er cried out in shock. Even Qin Feng was terrified. He hurriedly stopped Zhao Ling Xian and the other women. Ling Xian, what are you doing? What's wrong with Shui Er? Zhao Ling Xian angrily glared at Shui Er, then showed Qin Feng her phone. Qin Feng, you're still protecting that vixen. She made you a cuckold. I'm so angry. Zhao Ling Xian was truly furious. Ever since she had been with Qin Feng, she had treated him as her only man. After finding out that her man had been played by another woman, Zhao Ling Xian was even more furious than Qin Feng. Bai Qing, Hua Yan, Lu Wenjing, Lin Bei Bei, a large group of women surrounded Shui Er with bloodshot eyes. They were all enraged by Shui Er's actions. Qin Feng looked at the photo. Wasn't it the photo he had taken with Shui Er? Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to explain himself. Sisters, don't misunderstand. That photo was taken in the theater. Cuckoo and I were there. It's just a matter of angle. There's nothing going on between Shui Er and Zheng Shui. Trust me. Rao Sherman ran over to explain to the women. She knew that Qin Feng didn't want to expose Zheng Shui's identity. Zhang Cuckoo also ran over excitedly. She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and yelled, That's right, that's right. What's wrong with that photo? At the time, Coco was filming sex scenes with Zheng Shui every day. She almost turned it into reality. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman glared at Zhang Cuckoo. They didn't know whether this woman was here to help or to ruin the scene. However, Zhao Ling Xian and the other women didn't believe them. Regardless of whether there was anything going on between Shui Er and Zheng Shui, it was still unacceptable for the two of them to be so intimate. Qin Feng let Shui Er go. The circle of celebrities is too messy, Zhao Ling Xian said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. Shui Er hid behind Qin Feng. She was even more gloomy than Qin Feng. This matter is over. Shui Er won't be in contact with Zheng Shui anymore. I believe in Shui Er's character. Don't talk about it anymore. Qin Feng put on a stern face and pretended to be angry. He had no other choice. At this time, a system notification rang in Qin Feng and Shui Er's mind. Congratulations, host! You have completed the mission of having more than 30 million followers on Weibo. Reward, 2,000 star points and 1x ghost tone ring. Congratulations, host! You have filmed a blockbuster movie. The box office of the movie has exceeded 10 billion. Reward, 5,000 star points and 1x transformation card. Congratulations, host! You have completed the mission of having a rumored boyfriend. Reward, 2,000 star points and 1x magic harmonica. Shui Er looked at her watch. Qin Feng had only used 1 hour to complete 3 missions for her. Shui Er was stunned by his speed. Qin Feng, I'm going to convert all my star points to hedonist points. Also, I'm going to give all these treasures to you. Shui Er communicated with Qin Feng through telepathy. Qin Feng replied, What are these treasures used for? They're similar to the magic harmonica I used on the Celestial Dragon Mountain. It's demonic when you play it. Different songs have different effects. There's a killing song, a soul-stirring song, and so on. Qin Feng found the rewards from the Sovereign Superstar system quite interesting. They were all related to musical instruments. Keep the rewards for yourself. Give me the star points. All right. As soon as Shui finished speaking, Qin Feng heard a notification from the Hedonist sovereign system. Congratulations, host! You have completed 3 missions for the sovereign superstar system. You have a total of 9,000 hedonist points. Host has a total of 539,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shui's mission progress was still far behind. She only received 9,000 hedonist points after completing 3 missions. Qin Feng's current mission rewards were already at least 10,000 hedonist points. After Qin Feng and Shui exchanged their hedonist points, Zhao Lingxian and the other women stopped questioning Shui. They stood at the side with cold faces. Qin Feng could do nothing about the misunderstanding. He walked up to the women and hugged them. After comforting them, they gradually regained their composure. Holy shit, Shui! The rumor about you and Zheng Shui is spreading like wildfire. It's all over the Moments and Teba forums. No matter which website I visit, it's all about the rumor. After Qin Feng calmed the women down, Zhang Kuku waved her arms and legs and screamed. Zhao Lingxian and the other women harumphed coldly and ran to the barbecue. They ignored Qin Feng and Shui. Qin Feng scooped Zhang Kuku into his arms and spanked her but a few times. Zhang Kuku was so aggrieved that she almost cried. Big brother Qin Feng, why did you hit Kuku? Kuku is so cute, you can't hit her. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and wished he could slap Qin Feng a few more times. Zhang Kuku, on the other hand, became excited again. She took out her phone and took a picture with Qin Feng. I also want a rumor. No. Big brother Qin Feng, hurry up. I want a rumor about Zheng Shui. Rao Sherman couldn't bear to watch Zhang Kuku's screams any longer. She hastily covered Zhang Kuku's mouth and forcefully dragged her away. Qin Feng and Shui heaved a long sigh of relief. Zhang Kuku was a clown. Sometimes she amused Qin Feng and made him fall in love with her. Sometimes he was so angry that he wanted to kill her. The rumor about Zheng Shui and Shui spread like wildfire. Shui's popularity skyrocketed. However, many people left curses in her Weibo. Shui was the goddess in the hearts of millions of Chinese losers. Now she had cheated on Zheng Shui. Moreover, Zheng Shui was so ugly. Everyone thought that Shui had taken a fancy to Su Yan's fame and money, so she threw herself at him. At that time, Qin Feng only wanted to help Shui complete her mission. He didn't expect so many things to happen. Qin Feng felt guilty when he saw the row after row of voices questioning Shui. I'll delete that photo and ask Yang Ken to block all the news about us. Qin Feng comforted Shui as he hugged her in his arms. However, Shui didn't seem to care about it. She didn't look sad at all. Suddenly, she tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm and said with a smile, Don't delete it. Just let it be. I need a rumored boyfriend to be my shield. This way, there won't be so many people in the entertainment industry who want to get close to me. Shui would go crazy if she had a scandal with someone else. However, she didn't care about the scandal with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was her man. So what if they hugged? So what if they had sex? Since Shui had said so, Qin Feng didn't mind it. He patted Shui's head and said, You're an artist under Star Light Media, right? You can take on any show you want. Don't go to any events or scenes you don't want to attend. If someone comes looking for trouble, just tell Yang Ken that you're my woman. Qin Feng's words were so domineering that Shui's heart raced. She didn't have that kind of relationship with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng took the initiative to admit that he was her woman. This made Shui inexplicably happy. Due to the scandal between Zheng Shui and Shui, Zhao Lingxian and the other women started to dislike Shui. However, Shui wasn't angry. Instead, she thought highly of these women because of their loyalty to Qin Feng. Chapter 1091. The reason why Qin Feng slept with Zhang Kuku last night was because Zhang Kuku had been messing around the whole day. Qin Feng was filled with rage, so he taught Zhang Kuku a lesson for the whole night. Hua Yan and Qin Feng fought for a whole night and slept the next day. Zhang Kuku, on the other hand, seemed to be full of energy. She stared at Qin Feng with a love-struck expression the next morning. "Big brother Qin Feng, aren't you coming? I still want more." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was invincible with his cannon, and this was the first time in his life that he had met a worthy opponent. This Zhang Kuku had become a monster after drinking the ancient beast gene. "I'm not coming anymore. You need to know how to control yourself. Otherwise, what will you do after I leave?" Qin Feng hugged Zhang Kuku in his arms and caressed her head dotingly. Zhang Kuku pouted and said, "That's why I'm going crazy now. After big brother Qin Feng leaves, Kuku will hunt sharks every day to kill time. I won't think about these things anymore." Qin Feng was about to reject Zhang Kuku's offer because he thought it was enough after a night of battle. However, Zhang Kuku flipped over and leaped onto his body. Qin Feng instantly regretted that he had chosen Zhang Kuku's card last night. She hugged Qin Feng and giggled. "Big brother Qin Feng, Kuku loves you so much. Are you going to sleep in my room again tonight?" Zhang Kuku was satisfied with her morning exercise. Qin Feng hastily pushed Zhang Kuku away and ran out of Zhang Kuku's room with his clothes on. "Master!" When Qin Feng came out, Xiao Li was already waiting outside. Xiao Li had changed her clothes today. She usually wore a long white dress, but this time she was wearing a simple white sportswear and canvas shoes. Her hair was tied at the back of her head, making her look very simple. Qin Feng was a bit spellbound. He hadn't carefully observed Xiao Li before, and Xiao Li didn't like to dress up, so he hadn't realized that this girl was a top-grade beauty. "Xiao Li, where are you going?" Qin Feng hurriedly asked after coming back to his senses. Xiao Li saw Qin Feng's burning gaze and said shyly, "Master, Xiao Li isn't good. I said I would stay by Master's side for the rest of my life. But Xiao Li wants to take a day off and go out for a day. I'll be back tonight." "Oh, then you go. Do you want me to accompany you?" Qin Feng asked. Xiao Li shook his head. He knew that Qin Feng didn't have enough time to accompany those women, so he didn't want to waste Qin Feng's time. "No need, Master, I'll go by myself." Qin Feng suddenly felt a bit nervous. Before, Xiao Li was very obedient, so Qin Feng did not pay much attention to her. Now, Xiao Li suddenly changed her clothes and went out alone for a day. Could she be going on a date with some man? "All right, come back early tonight. You're not allowed to spend the night outside," Qin Feng suddenly said overbearingly. The women by his side were not allowed to mess around outside. Xiao Li stared blankly for a moment. When he saw Qin Feng's cold expression, he suddenly smiled and said, "Master, don't tell me you're thinking the wrong thing." Xiao Li returned to his hometown and wanted to go home to see his uncles and aunts. "And no, I'm not doing anything shameful," Xiao Li thought back to the scandal from yesterday. Xiao Li was extremely indignant at the intimate photos of Cher and Zheng Shuai. If it wasn't for Qin Feng protecting Cher, Xiao Li would have killed that fickle woman. Xiao Li was going to follow Qin Feng for the rest of her life. Even if she was beaten to death, she would not betray Qin Feng. "Ahem, I'm not thinking the wrong thing. Then I'll go with you. I'm worried about you going alone." Qin Feng realized that he was being overly suspicious and felt a bit awkward. Xiao Li was incredibly happy. Of course, she wanted Qin Feng to go home with her, but she was afraid of delaying Qin Feng's time with the other women. Now that Qin Feng wanted to go, Xiao Li naturally would not refuse. "Master, thank you." Xiao Li suddenly walked up and hugged Qin Feng's arm. Seeing the obedient and sensible Xiao Li, Qin Feng felt a bit guilty. In actuality, Qin Feng had asked about Xiao Li's background in the Demon City and knew that she was from the Acropolis City. Qin Feng had brought Xiao Li back for a few days, but he had only cared about reuniting with Xiao Lingxian and the other women. He had forgotten to take Xiao Li home. Qin Feng couldn't help but admire Xiao Li's patience. When he recalled how Xiao Li had endured for 3 days after she was reincarnated and returned to her hometown, he recalled that she had to go home to take a look. Xiao Li, where is your home? It's in the Mo village under the Acropolis city. It's a bit remote and poor. Master, do you still want to go? Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng nervously. Qin Feng's heart softened. He pulled Xiao Li into his embrace and suddenly lowered his head to kiss Xiao Li on the lips. Yes, I'll drive the car and take you there. Xiao Li's delicate body stiffened. This was the first time Qin Feng had kissed her of his own accord. At this moment, Xiao Li's cold heart seemed to have awakened. Qin Feng immediately asked Lu Jie to arrange a car. Not only did Qin Feng and Xiao Li go to Mo village, Lu Jie also brought a large group of people and drove a dozen or so BMWs with Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Xiao Li sat in the back of the Mercedes-Benz. Qin Feng hugged Xiao Li, and Xiao Li felt like she was in a dream. She looked up at Qin Feng from time to time, afraid that she would wake up from this beautiful dream if she looked up. Master, do you need to make such a big scene? Actually, I'm already very satisfied that you can come with me. Xiao Li was a bit embarrassed. She had always set her identity very clearly. She was the maid who saved Qin Feng's life. What kind of maid would have a luxurious motorcade pick her up when she returned home? Xiao Li's recent performance is excellent. Take it as master's reward for you. Oh, right, when we go to your house, I'll pretend to be your boyfriend. Don't call me master. Qin Feng had thought everything through. Xiao Li had been reborn because she practiced the ghost cultivation method, so she must have mixed feelings when she returned home. Qin Feng wanted to show Xiao Li her best side as much as possible. Xiao Li was so touched that her heart was about to melt. She didn't say anything along the way and lay quietly in Qin Feng's arms. Mo village was not far from Acropolis city. It was as poor and secluded as by Qing's Hepping town. When the dozen or so luxurious motorcade drove into the village entrance, all the villagers ran out to watch. Oh my God, whose kid is back? He must have earned a lot of money in the city. Village chief, a big shot has come. Village chief, come out and see. That woman looks familiar. Isn't she Xiao Li from the north side of the village? The motorcade stopped. Qin Feng got off the motorcade with Xiao Li in his arms. When Xiao Li saw the familiar faces, she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. An old man in his 60s walked over with a cane. Xiao Li, is it really you? Seeing the old man, Xiao Li hurriedly went to support him. Village Chief Niu, it's me. I'm back. When Xiao Li said this, her heart was filled with emotions. Back then, she, her parents, and many people in the village were captured by the ghost-face evil king to do experiments. In the end, her parents and the villagers all died in the experiments. Xiao Li survived and she came back. She came back half dead and half alive. Xiao Li, this is? Village Chief Niu looked at Qin Feng with fear in his eyes. In a small place like Mo village, only the village tyrant Zhang Guden had a car. None of the other families had a car. Now that Qin Feng brought over a dozen cars, Village Chief Niu was quite frightened. Village Chief Niu, don't be afraid. This is my male boyfriend, Qin Feng. He's very nice, and he brought me back to meet the villagers. When Xiao Li introduced Qin Feng, her heart was filled with pride. Village Chief Niu grabbed Xiao Li's hand tightly and patted the back of her hand. Good. Xiao Li, you found a good man. Your parents will be happy. The villagers didn't know what happened to Xiao Li, and they didn't know that the people who went out were all dead. They thought the villagers went out to work and were waiting for everyone to come back. However, Xiao Li and Qin Feng knew very well that those people wouldn't come back. Xiao Li held back her tears. Village Chief Niu, is my second uncle okay in the second trial? Before Village Chief Niu could speak, a man in a suit suddenly ran over. Little sister Xiao Li is back? Where is she? Where's my little sister Xiao Li? The villagers hurriedly opened a path as if they were afraid of the man who rushed over. Village Chief Niu and Xiao Li's expressions changed. Xiao Li hurriedly hugged Qin Feng's arm. Haha, little sister Xiao Li is really back. Quick, let me hug you. Huh? Who are you, you stinking brat? How dare you hug my little sister Xiao Li? Let go of me, or I'll break your legs. The man's name was Zhang Guden, the little overlord of Mo River Village. He was about the same age as Xiao Li, and he had his eyes on the village belle, Xiao Li, ever since he was young. Io, what the hell are you talking about, you stinking idiot? Before Qin Feng could speak, Lu Jie and a dozen other people rushed over and surrounded Zhang Guden, ready to beat him up. That's enough, Lu Jie. Don't cause trouble. Qin Feng shouted to stop Lu Jie. He came back with Xiao Li to meet the villagers, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. Zhang Guden was scared stiff. The arrogance he had just now instantly dissipated. He looked at the row of BMWs, then looked at Lu Jie and the others in suits. Zhang Guden knew that he had met a rich man. Zhang Guden, don't bother me anymore. I already have a boyfriend. Xiao Li glared at Zhang Guden angrily. Before Xiao Li became a ghost cultivator, Zhang Guden often pestered her in the village. Zhang Guden even tried to stop her by force a few times. Luckily, Xiao Li was smart enough to escape. Zhang Guden was filled with anger. After he calmed down, he became arrogant again. Huh, what are you guys capable of? You're just driving a few broken BMWs. Why are you so arrogant? This is Mo Village. It's my Zhang Guden's territory. Just you wait and see. Zhang Guden was not stupid. When he saw that the situation was unfavorable to him, he ran away after uttering some threatening words. Lu Jie and the others, as secret martial artists of China, gritted their teeth in anger when they were threatened by an unruly villager. Qin Feng ignored Zhang Guden. He kept hugging Xiao Li and greeted everyone. The villagers of Emohi village were afraid of Qin Feng's identity, but they realized that Qin Feng was a very easygoing person. He did not have the arrogance of a big boss. Everyone began to praise Xiao Li for finding a good man. After they chatted for a while, Xiao Li brought Qin Feng to her house. Xiao Li's house was made of mud bricks. The paint on the door had peeled off. The house had been deserted for a long time, so it was covered in a layer of dust and spider webs. Xiao Li stood in the house and looked at the familiar furniture and the family photo on the table. She could not hold back her tears. Qin Feng hugged Xiao Li lightly. He did not say anything to comfort her. Instead, it was better to let her cry. Xiao Li, you're really back? Where are your parents? Did they come back with you? A woman in her early 50s ran into the house. Xiao Li pounced on her when she saw her. Second aunt, Xiao Li missed you so much. Xiao Li came back this time to see her second uncle and second aunt. When she was young, her family was neighbors with her second uncle and second aunt. They were as close as a family. Xiao Li lost her parents, so her second uncle and second aunt were the only family left in the world. Xiao Li's second uncle stood at the door and looked at Lu Jie and the others curiously. There were a dozen men in suits standing in 2 rows. They looked scary. Xiao Li, are these your friends? Second aunt was also curious about Qin Feng and the others. Chapter 1092. Xiao Li told some white lies. She did not mention that her parents were killed by the Verdant sect, nor did she mention that the village workers were framed. Xiao Li's second uncle was Feng Quan, and his second aunt was Li Chui. After Feng Quan learned Qin Feng's identity, his vigilance disappeared. He greeted everyone with a smile. Ha! Are you all from the city? Our Mo village is a little small, so I hope you won't mind. Come, everyone, come to my house. I'll ask your auntie Li to cook for you. Feng Quan and Li Chui were very happy. They had always treated Xiao Li as their own daughter. Now that Xiao Li had found herself a rich and humble boyfriend, They warmly welcomed everyone. Xiao Li's house had been vacant for a long time, so there was no way to cook. Under Fang Quan and Li Chui's invitation, everyone went to the house next door. The house was simple and shabby. The villagers of Mo Village lived in a tough life. Fang Quan was responsible for entertaining everyone. He took out the yellow wine he brewed and started chatting with everyone. Li Chui took out the beef and mutton that they usually ate during the Lunar New Year and prepared to cook a big feast. The aroma of the food wafted out of the kitchen, and Lu Jie's mouth began to water. Young Master Qin, I'll go help Auntie Li with the dishes. Lu Jie ran to the kitchen with a smile. Qin Feng cursed. You stinking brat, if you dare to eat, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Jie's fat body stopped abruptly at the kitchen door. He didn't want to serve the dishes anymore. Originally, he wanted to eat secretly, but now he didn't dare to do so. You guys go help Auntie Li too, Qin Feng said to the rest of the Feng group's lackeys. Everyone treated Qin Feng's words as an imperial edict, and they got busy. Soon, a dozen or so delicious dishes were served. Li Chui and Fang Quan didn't usually have such good food during the Lunar New Year, so they were really happy for Xiao Li. Little Qin, there's nothing good at home, so we've cooked everything. Don't stand on ceremony with Auntie Li. Li Chui and Fang Quan were honest and kind people, so Lu Jie and the others didn't mind. They brought small stools and sat around the half-meter-high dining table. Fang Quan poured wine for everyone. Lu Jie took a sip and exclaimed in delight, Wow, Uncle Fang, this millet wine is really tasty. It has the taste of my hometown. I usually want to buy this kind of wine, but I can't even buy it with money. Lu Jie wasn't trying to flatter Fang Quan. He really liked Fang Quan's homemade yellow wine. After a mouthful of wine, she picked up a piece of braised pork. Amazing. Auntie Li, with your cooking skills, why are you still staying in Moa Village? Why don't you come with us to Acropolis City and become a chef in Hero City? Or you can open a big restaurant in Acropolis City. I guarantee that your business will be booming, and people will line up every day. Lu Jie was full of praises for the food. The chickens, ducks, cows, and goats here were all raised by his family. They were all genuine native chicken, and they were absolutely chewy. Lu Jie wasn't the only one who ate with grease dripping from his mouth. The members of the Feng group were also fighting for the food. They usually had good food in Acropolis City, and they were used to eating meat and fish. However, Li Chui's food had the taste of her hometown, and it was a taste that ordinary people couldn't make. Fang Quan and Li Chui had already sat down. They thought Lu Jie and the others were just being polite, so they were very happy. Although Qin Feng and the others were rich and influential, they weren't arrogant at all, and they were easy to get along with. Qin Feng also gobbled down the meat and wine. The taste of the food and wine here was really unique, and it had a strong local flavor. Xiao Li's heart warmed when she saw everyone gathered together like a family, eating and chatting happily. She kept peeking at Qin Feng. Little Qin, what are you doing in Acropolis City? How did you meet our Xiao Li? Halfway through the meal, everyone was thoroughly familiar with each other. Auntie Li was no longer as reserved as when she first met Qin Feng and the others. She became more gossipy. Xiao Li's face blushed, and she was a little nervous. She met Qin Feng in Demon City, which was another world that ordinary people couldn't understand. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Lu Jie wiped the grease off his mouth and said, Auntie Li, Lu Jie, don't want to brag, but our young master Qin is the #1 hedonistic young master in Acropolis City. He has played with slap. Before Lu Jie could finish a sentence, Qin Feng slapped him on the head. The slap woke Lu Jie up, and the fat on his body trembled. Fang Quan and Li Chui looked at Qin Feng and Lu Jie strangely. They didn't know what they were doing. After Lu Jie regained his senses, he quickly changed his words. Auntie Li, Uncle Fang, don't worry. Chairman Qin is the chairman of Acropolis City's royal group, and also the chairman of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. He has many businesses in the provincial capital. Our CEO Qin is young, promising, and loyal. Sister-in-law Xiao Li is with our CEO Qin. In the future, you two just need to be at ease. This time, Qin Feng allowed Lu Jie to finish his sentence. After he was done, Lu Jie cursed Qin Feng in his heart. This boss is really hypocritical. Xiao Li was tickled to death, but she pretended to be calm. She continued Lu Jie's words and said, "Second uncle, Lu Jie is right. Qin Feng treats me very well, and his career is developing very well. If second uncle and second aunt want to settle down in Acropolis City, you can look for me." Fang Quan and Li Chui exclaimed in their hearts. Village tyrant Zhang Guden was the best in Mo Village. Rumor had it that Zhang Guden had a family fortune of millions. However, compared to Qin Feng, Zhang Guden was nothing. Good. Your uncle and I can rest assured now. When we have time, we'll go to Acropolis City to catch up with your parents. Li Chui was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Seeing Xiao Li living such a good life, Li Chui and Fang Quan were sincerely happy. Bang! While they were happily eating, the courtyard door was kicked open, and a group of people rushed in. The leader was none other than village tyrant Zhang Guden, who was scared away not long ago. "Where are those pretentious bastards? Come out, all of you. How dare you act in front of me in Mo Village? I'll let you know whose territory this is." Zhang Guden brought a dozen young men from the village with him. Each of them was holding a wooden stick as they stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Fang Quan and Li Chui were startled. They ran out of the house. "Zhang Guden, why are you here? What are you trying to do? Are you rebelling?" Li Chui glared at Zhang Guden angrily. Zhang Guden yelled, "Auntie Li, Uncle Fang, this is none of your business. I'll let you leave first for Xiao Li's sake. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if you get hurt in a fight." Zhang Guden was aggressive, as if Qin Feng and the others were really going to be in trouble. Inside the house, Xiao Li was so angry that her face turned cold. She was no longer the weak Fang Xiao Li from before. She was now a stage 6 in powerhouse. "This Zhang Guden, I'll chase him away." The family was eating happily when Zhang Guden disturbed them. Xiao Li wanted to beat Zhang Guden up, but Qin Feng pulled Xiao Li's arm and had her sit down. Then he gave Lu Jie a look, and Lu Jie immediately understood. "Big brother, sister-in-law, you guys continue eating. I've long disliked that Guden or pig egg guy. I'll go teach him a lesson." Lu Jie ran out with a smile. Lu Jie chuckled and ran out of the room. Qin Feng added, "Just have fun. Don't kill anyone." "Huh. Why did you come out, you damn fatty? Where's your boss? Tell him to come out and see me." Seeing Lu Jie come out with the phone group, Zhang Guden wasn't afraid. Both sides had about 10 people, and this was Mo Village, Zhang Guden's territory. He didn't put Qin Feng and the others in his eyes at all. Lu Jie was so angry that he laughed at Zhang Guden. "Take a piss and look at yourself first. You want young Master Qin to come out with your cowardly appearance? Even if I came out to take care of you, I wouldn't want to dirty my hands. Damn it, you damn fatty, say that again if you dare. Believe it or not, I'm really going to beat you up." Zhang Guden was so angry that he jumped high in the air. He had called so many people over, but he didn't really want to start a fight. If he did, both sides would definitely suffer. Zhang Guden's purpose was to intimidate Lu Jie and the others, so that Qin Feng would apologize to him obediently. In the end, Qin Feng didn't play by the rules. Slap. As soon as Zhang Guden finished speaking, Lu Jie was already standing in front of him. The fat arm swung up and directly smacked the skinny monkey Zhang Guden flying. Bang! Zhang Guden floated in the air for more than 10 meters before landing on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dozen or so youths who came from the village were dumbfounded, and their eyeballs fell to the ground. Fang Quan and Li Chui were scared out of their wits. They looked at Lu Jie with dementia, and then looked at Zhang Guden, who flew to the courtyard entrance. Was this a martial arts film? It turned out that this amiable fatty with a smile on his face was so powerful. "You damn fly, I'll only stop when I send you flying with a slap. I've never seen anyone more deserving of a beating than you. Why are you guys still standing here? Hurry up and get lost. Do you want me to send you away with a slap?" Lu Jia was a stage 6 inner Qi martial artist, facing a group of ordinary villagers. Just a roar from him and the aura that burst out from his body was enough to make everyone's legs turn to jelly. The dozen or so youths ran away in fear. Some of them even ran around Zhang Gooden's body. None of them dared to stop and carry Zhang Gooden away. "We're finished. We're in big trouble this time. Young man, you guys should leave now. That Zhang Gooden is the village tyrant, and he'll call more people over. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Li Chui finally regained her senses. She ran up to Lu Jie and pulled him away. Lu Jie was speechless. What was a village tyrant to her? Qin Feng was the #1 martial artist in the secular world of China. A fart from him could kill Zhang Gooden. However, Lu Jie didn't say much to Li Chui. Li Chui and Feng Quan were ordinary people. They lived a stable and poor life, and Lu Jie didn't want to disrupt their lives. "Don't worry, Auntie Li. Our Chairman Qin isn't a useless person. This time, it's that guy who came looking for trouble. If he doesn't give up, our Chairman Qin won't let him go so easily." Lu Jie comforted Auntie Li. Li Chui was still nervous, and Feng Quan was terrified. No one in Mo Village dared to offend Zhang Gooden, who knew that Lu Jie and his men would beat Zhang Gooden up. This was not something that could be easily resolved. "Cough, cough. Why, you damn fatty? Why you dare to hit your elder? You're done for. My elder cousin is the young master of the Zhang family in Acropolis City. Just you wait. Your elder will call my elder cousin right now and teach you a lesson." Lu Jie's slap wasn't light at all. Zhang Gooden felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Zhang Gooden took a while to recover, but as soon as he did, he started yelling again. Lu Jie was so angry that he wanted to stomp this idiot to death. Chapter 1093. Holy shit! Lu Jie cursed inwardly. He cursed 18 generations of that idiot Zhang Gooden's ancestors. How dare this guy say that his cousin is one of the 4 major families in Acropolis City? Lu Jie almost laughed out loud. Qin Feng was the king of the 4 major families. The 4 major families in Acropolis City were decided by Qin Feng in the past. Ahem. Auntie Li, don't stop me. I'm about to vomit blood because of that idiot. Just let me go and slap him to death. I don't want to hear that idiot's voice again. Xiao Lu, you're too young to act recklessly. Just listen to your Auntie Li. It won't be wrong. Just bear with it. Don't provoke someone you can't afford to offend. Li Chui still didn't know how powerful Qin Feng and the others were. However, she often heard people in the village bragging about Zhang Gooden's cousin. He was from the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families in Acropolis City. It was said that he could single-handedly support half of Acropolis City. Feng Quan was a little scared. He and Li Chui were just ordinary people. Feng Quan grabbed Lu Jie's other arm and said, "Xiao Lu, you should go back with Qin Feng and Xiao Chui. Seeing that Xiao Chui has found a good family, your Annie Li and I will be relieved. Come back when you're free. You can't stay here any longer." Feng Quan and Li Chui had good intentions. However, they thought too highly of Zhang Gooden. Lu Jie didn't even spare a glance for trash like him. After a while, Zhang Gooden crawled up from the ground. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He grimaced in pain. Hearing Li Chui and Feng Quan urging Lu Jie to leave, Zhang Gooden regained his confidence. He yelled arrogantly, "Damn fatty, don't leave if you dare. I'll kill you. Aren't you just some small bosses in Acropolis City? How dare you act tough in front of me? My cousin is Zhang Hui, the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families in Acropolis City. He can bring hundreds of people with him to kill you. When Lu Jie heard Zhang Hui's name, he felt that it sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that Zhang Hui was a lackey that Qin Feng had taken in a long time ago. Li Chui and Fong Quan were scared out of their wits. They quickly tried to persuade Go Dan. Go Dan, Auntie, Li watched you grow up. Give Auntie Li some face and let this go. That's right, Gooden. We're all from the same village. There's no need to make things unpleasant. Fong Quan also tried to persuade him. Zhang Gooden felt like he was in control of the entire situation. He enjoyed the feeling of Li Chui and Fong Quan begging him for mercy. Then he stared at Lu Jie contemptuously and said, "Humph! Since Auntie Li and Uncle Fong have pleaded for leniency, I have to give them face. How about this? Let this damn fatty and his boss come out and kowtow to me to admit their mistakes, and stay away from Shaoli in the future. Then I won't call Big Cousin and spare them." Holy shit! Lu Jie was so angry that he jumped up and was about to beat him up. However, at that moment, Qin Feng walked out leisurely with Shao Li in his arms. "Lu Jie, stop it!" Lu Jie rushed to Zhang Gooden's side, but he had no choice but to return to Qin Feng's side. "Boss, after my observation, I'm sure that brat is crazy. I'll just slap him to death." Qin Feng waved his hand. He didn't want his people to beat up Zhang Gooden. That would leave a bad impression on the villagers of Mo Village. Seeing Qin Feng holding Shao Li in his arms, Zhang Gooden was so angry that he stomped his feet. "You bastard! You finally have the guts to come out. Hurry up and let go of Shao Li. This is the woman I like. Are you tired of living?" Zhang Gooden was arrogant and despotic. Lu Jie and the Feng group were so angry that they gritted their teeth. If Qin Feng didn't stop them, they would have killed Zhang Gooden a dozen times. "Seeing that you're a villager of Mo Village, I'll let you go this time. Scram now, and I won't pursue this further," Qin Feng said calmly, as if he didn't hear Zhang Gooden's threat. Zhang Gooden suddenly froze. He thought Qin Feng was scared shitless after hearing his big cousin's name, so he specially ran out to apologize. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. "You're telling me to scram? Do you know who my cousin is?" "He's..." Zhang Gooden brought up his cousin again. Qin Feng was too lazy to listen, so he waved his hand and cut him off. "I don't care who your cousin is. If you're not happy, call all your cousins here. Otherwise, scram immediately. If you don't want to leave, I'll get someone to ask you to leave." As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Lu Jie cooperated and walked up. He rubbed his hands and glared at Zhang Gooden angrily. Zhang Gooden felt a little guilty. Li Chui and Fong Quan felt even more guilty. "Qin Feng, don't mess with him. That guy is really not to be trifled with." Fong Quan started to persuade Qin Feng again. Li Chui pulled on Shao Li's arm and said earnestly, "Shao Chui, hurry and let Qin Feng take you back. When you have time, come visit your second uncle and second aunt again." Shao Li understood her second uncle and second aunt's concerns, but she didn't explain too much. With Qin Feng's current status in China, Zhang Gooden was nothing. "Second aunt, don't be afraid. Qin Feng is very powerful. If Zhang Gooden doesn't understand, he'll be beaten up." Qin Feng didn't back down. Zhang Gooden was instantly embarrassed. He thought his cousin's name was enough to intimidate Qin Feng and the others, but it didn't work. At this point, if Zhang Gooden gave in and ran away, he wouldn't have the face to stay in Mo River Village anymore. He gritted his teeth, picked up his phone, and made a call. "It's over, it's over. Shao Li, Qin Feng, hurry up and leave." Zhang Gooden really called his cousin. "Hurry up and leave. I heard his cousin is from one of the 4 big families in Acropolis City. He's very powerful." Li Chui and Fong Quan were frantic. They even started to push Qin Feng and Shao Chui away. Zhang Gooden was done with his phone call. He immediately became arrogant and despotic. He ran to the gate of the courtyard and guarded it tightly. It seemed like no one could escape today. Zhang Gooden was actually very puzzled. Zhang Hui was indeed his cousin, But Zhang Hui usually wouldn't pay attention to a small fry like Zhang Guden. Zhang Guden braced himself and made a call. After Zhang Hui heard the reason, he was about to hang up. However, Zhang Guden panicked and called Qin Feng's name. Zhang Hui's expression immediately changed, and he even said he would come immediately. Zhang Guden didn't understand what was wrong with his cousin today. His emotions fluctuated, but Zhang Guden didn't think too much about it. When he heard that his cousin was coming, he felt like he was floating in the sky. My cousin is coming immediately. No one can leave today. Weren't you all very arrogant just now? Now that you know fear, I'll make all of you kneel and beg for mercy. I'll also break your legs. Zhang Guden's ruthless words angered Lu Jie and the others. Li Chui and Fang Quan, on the other hand, were worried. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't care. He even dragged Xiao Li, second uncle, and second aunt back to the house. Uncle Feng, Auntie Li don't mind him. Let's continue eating. Qin Feng called out to everyone with a smile. Xiao Li wasn't worried at all. She knew very well how powerful Qin Feng was. However, Li Chui and Fang Quan didn't know Qin Feng's identity and power. How could they be in the mood to eat? They were obviously restless. Little Qin, why don't you and Xiao Li go back first? Uncle and Auntie don't want to see anything happen to you. Li Chui couldn't wait and kept trying to persuade Qin Feng. Xiao Li said some comforting words to calm the two elders down. After a while, a series of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. Just from the sound of it, it was obvious that a lot of people had arrived. It's over, it's over. Zhang Guden's people are here. There are at least 20 to 30 people. Qin Feng, Xiao Li, hurry up and leave with Auntie Li from the back door. Li Chui dragged Qin Feng and Xiao Li to escape. Fang Quan stood guard at the door of the inner house. He wanted to prevent outsiders from entering and buy as much time as possible for Qin Feng and Xiao Li. Qin Feng and Xiao Li smiled bitterly. They didn't escape from the back door. Instead, they walked out of the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with people. Not only Zhang Hui, but the other 3 major families of Acropolis City had also come. The elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming, had come personally. Even the disciples of the smaller families had come. Not only Li Chui and Fang Quan were shocked by the scene in the courtyard, but even Zhang Guden himself was dumbfounded. He was already overjoyed to be able to summon his eldest cousin, Zhang Hui. He didn't expect his eldest cousin to bring so many people with him. Did his eldest cousin take the wrong medicine today? Eldest cousin, you're here. Hee. Why did you call so many people? With your reputation in Acropolis City, it's more than enough for you to come alone. That's right, eldest cousin. It's that brat who behaved atrociously to me. Hurry up and get your eldest cousin. Zhang Guden called his eldest cousin affectionately, but Zhang Hui ignored him. He looked for Qin Feng as soon as he entered the courtyard. When Zhang Hui confirmed that the person Zhang Guden offended was Acropolis City's #1 hedonist, Qin Feng, he was enraged. Before Zhang Guden could finish his sentence, he slapped the idiot and sent him flying. There were more than 50 people in the courtyard, but the atmosphere suddenly became silent. All the major families in Acropolis City recognized Qin Feng. They were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. Li Chui and Fang Quan were dumbfounded. The 2 elders were still worried about Qin Feng, but then they saw Zhang Guden's older cousin, Sen Zhang Guden, flying with a single slap. What was going on? Eldest cousin. Dubby, why did you hit me? Zhang Guden didn't understand the situation. He crawled up and complained to Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui's expression was ferocious. He wanted to find a needle and thread to sew Zhang Guden's mouth shut. Qin Feng was Acropolis City's #1 young master, and the Qin family was Acropolis City's #1 family. Qin Feng had countless businesses in Acropolis City. A few months ago, all the major and minor families in Acropolis City banded together to defeat Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng eliminated all the rebellious families. Fortunately, Zhang Hui realized this in time and curried favor with Qin Feng, allowing the Zhang family to escape. Now, they were still one of the 4 major families in Acropolis City. All of this didn't come easily, but it was about to be ruined by this idiot Zhang Guden. Shut the fuck up. I don't even know you, idiot. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you right now. Zhang Hui was furious. He jumped over and stomped on Zhang Guden's body. Zhang Guden rolled on the ground in pain, but he still didn't understand what was going on. Fuck, this idiot's skin is really thick. Keep beating him until he faints. As a rich young master, Zhang Hui was tired after a few stomps. He shouted for his subordinates to continue beating him. The 4 Zhang family disciples surrounded Zhang Guden and stomped on him. They didn't care about Zhang Guden's pleas. This scene fell into the eyes of the major and minor families in Acropolis City. Their expressions didn't change. Instead, they glared at Zhang Guden angrily. Chapter 1094. No one begged for mercy for Zhang Guden, because everyone still hadn't recovered from the shock. Zhang Guden's screams became weaker and weaker. Finally, he passed out from being stepped on. Seeing that Zhang Guden could no longer speak, the representatives of the big and small families from Acropolis City heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Hui didn't even bother to look at Zhang Guden. He immediately ran to Qin Feng with a smile. Young Master Qin, I didn't know you were back. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. Zhang Hui took the lead, and the rest of the family representatives followed. Young Master Qin, do you still remember me? I'm Zhou Ming, the elder of the Zhou family. Young Master Qin, the Zhang family is here to welcome young Master Qin back. More than 30 family representatives greeted Qin Feng respectfully. Qin Feng merely nodded as a reply. More and more villagers gathered around. Almost everyone in Emohi village was here. Most of the villagers didn't know Zhang Hui and the others, nor did they know the power of the big and small families in Acropolis City. However, these people were all dressed luxuriously and had fair skin. One look and you could tell they were important people from Acropolis City. So many big shots were currying favor with Qin Feng. Moreover, Godan Zhang was knocked unconscious and tossed to the side. Even the dumbest person could see that Xiao Li's boyfriend was truly incredible. Xiao Li, who is young Master Qin? After Li Chui regained her senses, she immediately pulled Xiao Li to the side. Just a moment ago, Li Chui was eating with Qin Feng. She thought Qin Feng was approachable and even called him Little Qin. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's power, Li Chui was so scared that her body trembled. Only now did she realize that such a big shot had come to her house. Second Aunt, Qin Feng is the boss of Acropolis City. There's nothing he can't solve. Xiao Li didn't hide anything from Li Chui. Li Chui opened her mouth in shock. The boss of Acropolis City? Why didn't you say so earlier? I was worried that Zhang Guden would bully young Master Qin. Looks like I worried for nothing. Xiao Li hugged Second Annie's arm and smiled. That's just the identity Qin Feng has in the eyes of outsiders. In reality, he's a very low-key person. In front of his own people, he's always amiable and approachable. Second Auntie, don't think too much about it. Li Chui could tell that Qin Feng didn't put on airs. However, after knowing Qin Feng's identity, she didn't dare to call him Little Qin anymore. It felt weird. After the big and small families of Acropolis City greeted Qin Feng, they all stood quietly to the side, waiting for Qin Feng to give orders. Guden City, young Master Qin, these are your friends, right? Come in and have a seat. I'll cook for everyone. Li Chui came back to his senses and quickly called out to everyone. He couldn't afford to offend these big shots. Yeah, we don't want to eat. We'll just watch you eat. Under Qin Feng's imposing manner, these important people of Acropolis City didn't even know how to speak. Qin Feng was amused by these people. He suddenly said, Auntie Li's house is too small to serve so many people. Let's move the tables to the courtyard. Fellow villagers, why don't you move your tables and chairs here? let's have a get-together." The villagers loved to have get-togethers. It was lively and festive. The stunned villagers suddenly came to their senses. They all agreed with Qin Feng's suggestion and rushed home to move the tables and chairs. "Young Master Qin, we still have a basket of eggs. Let Auntie Li use it to cook a few more dishes. Young Master Qin, we have an old hen that was waiting to lay eggs. Since so many important guests came, let's slaughter it for everyone's feast." Though Mo village was poor, the villagers were honest and passionate. They brought all the food they had at home, and some even made some medicinal wine and side dishes. These were all things that the villagers were usually reluctant to eat. Usually, they would only take them out when there was a joyous occasion in the village or when guests came to visit. Zhang Hui and the others usually ate shark's fin, bear's paw, and other delicacies. Obviously, they looked down on the things the villagers brought out. However, everyone could see that Qin Feng was friendly with the villagers, so they didn't dare to offend them. Village Chief Niu also came and invited everyone to take a seat. There were more than 10 small tables in the courtyard. Everyone sat around different tables. Qin Feng sat at the table in the middle. He had the highest status in the entire place. Zhang Go Dan had long been thrown out by the Feng group. No one cared about his life or death. This guy was usually full of evil, so no one liked him. Many women in the village went to the kitchen to help Li Chui cook. There were also people who were responsible for serving food to the tables outside. Soon, more than 10 tables were filled with food and various kinds of wine. It felt as lively as the New Year. The food and wine were all there, but no one moved their chopsticks. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng. Today, Qin Feng was the main character. Fellow villagers, on behalf of the rich families of Acropolis City, I thank everyone for your warm hospitality. Mo Village is a good place. I believe that after this meal, my friends will invest in the construction of Mo Village. Qin Feng asked Zhang Hui and the others to stay because he wanted to help Mo Village. Qin Feng's words stunned the villagers of Mo Village. Then, they looked at the rich young men sitting around them in surprise. "Young Master Qin, I'm willing to invest $10 million to build Emohi Village and develop it into a tourist attraction." Zhang Hui was the first to stand up. Spending $10 million to get Qin Feng to like him was worth it. "Young Master Qin, on behalf of the Zhou family, I'll also invest $10 million to build Mo Village." Elder Zhou Ming followed. "Our Li family is willing to invest $5 million to help young Master Qin develop Mo Village." $3 million, one after another. The rich young men stood up with their wine glasses. After they expressed their stance, they drank the white wine in one gulp. They were considered to be familiar with Qin Feng. Everyone present was from the big and small families of Acropolis City. They were all rich, and none of their bids were lower than $1 million. Don't underestimate these millions, because it was the first time many of them had seen Qin Feng. They spent a few million just to show their faces in front of Qin Feng. As for whether Qin Feng would remember them afterward, it was hard to say soon. More than 30 family members expressed their stance. The total amount of money they invested in Mo Village was almost 100 million. The villagers of Mo Village were dumbfounded. Hearing these rich men in suits and leather shoes say millions, and even tens of millions, the villagers even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Or maybe they didn't live in the same world. Did they say millions as if it was just a few dollars? Okay, I appreciate everyone's kindness. If you have any problems in Acropolis City in the future, you can go to Hero City to find Lu Jie. He will help you according to the situation. Qin Feng's words caused everyone to be extremely excited. Qin Feng was no longer just a hedonistic young master in Acropolis City. His name had spread throughout the provincial capital. Qin Feng was the #1 martial artist in the secular world of China. The Qin family in the provincial capital had already stepped into the top position of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Qin Feng's words were precious. It could be the key to the future development of a family. The villagers of Mo Village did not understand the reason behind this. They still had their mouths wide open, not understanding the situation. Haha. Bosses from Acropolis City. I am Village Chief Neo of Emohi Village. I thank everyone for their kindness on behalf of all the villagers of Emohi Village. But let's forget about what we said just now. Everyone, just eat and drink well. Don't stand on ceremony. Chief Neo stood up and expressed his stance on behalf of Mo Village. He didn't take the investment money that Zhang Hui and the other rich young masters were talking about to heart. In fact, the villagers of Mo Village didn't take it to heart either. Everyone thought these people were joking and probably wanted to suck up to Qin Feng. The villagers of Mo Village had seen this kind of thing many times. They often heard from their superiors that they wanted to invest in Mo Village, but they had not seen any money yet. Moreover, these rich young masters of Acropolis City had no relationship with Mo Village. How could they really help Mo Village? Chief Neo, don't say that. I really want to invest 10 million. How about this? Send me the village's financial account number, and I'll send the money over now. Zhang Hui jumped up anxiously. He did not dare to lie in front of Qin Feng. He had to do what he said. Otherwise, Qin Feng would kill him. Chief Neo was dumbfounded. He looked at the other villagers and did not know what to do. Why did he give these rich young masters a way out of this embarrassing situation? Chief Neo, give him the village's financial account number, Qin Feng said with a chuckle. Chief Neo hesitated for a moment. Finally, he clenched his teeth and gave him an account number. Although the villagers did not believe that these rich young masters would really invest, they hoped that someone would invest in developing Mo Village. Ding! Not long after he gave the account number, Chief Neo's phone rang. He opened the message and glanced at it. He was so shocked that he threw the phone away. Really, really rich. 10 million. Whoosh! Chief Neo's words sent the villagers into a frenzy. These villagers did not believe what Zhang Hui and the other rich young masters said. They thought that everyone was joking. In the end, Zhang Hui earned 10 million in a few minutes. It was as easy as transferring $1. It was hard for everyone to accept. However, Chief Neo's phone on the ground rang nonstop. It vibrated and spun on the ground. Someone picked up the phone and was about to pass it to Chief Neo. However, he was shocked by the dozens of messages. Wow, this is incredible. There are dozens of transfers in just a minute. Each bill is more than 2 million. Chief Neo, these rich people are speaking the truth. They really invested in our Mo Village. All the villagers cheered, and a sincere smile appeared on their faces. Seeing this, Qin Feng was very satisfied. Xiao Li was stunned. She held Qin Feng's arm tightly. She was very grateful to Qin Feng for everything he had done for her and Mo Village. The rich young masters were also very happy. They only spent a few million, but young Master Qin was happy and optimistic. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Young Master Qin, you're a living bodhisattva. Thank you for everything you've done for Mo Village. This old man has nothing to repay you, so I'll kowtow to you. Chief Neo knew all this was because of Qin Feng. He ran over to kowtow to Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Xiao Li hurriedly supported Village Chief Neo. Qin Feng said, Village Chief Neo, please don't be like this. I can't take responsibility. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Li. If I didn't know her, I wouldn't have known about Mo River Village. The villagers of Mo Village surrounded Qin Feng and Xiao Li. Li Chui and Feng Quan stood on either side of Qin Feng and Xiao Li. Both of them finally saw Qin Feng's true strength. He was an existence that could make all the rich and powerful people in Acropolis City bow down to him with just a word. Thank you, young Master Qin, for investing in Mo Village. The people of Mo Village will always remember young Master Qin's kindness. Xiao Li is so lucky to be able to find such a perfect man like young Master Qin. Chapter 1095. They stayed in Mo Village until the afternoon. Then, Qin Feng left with Xiao, Li, and the others. Li Chui and Fong Quan wanted Qin Feng and Xiao, Li to stay the night. But Qin Feng brought too many people, so they had no place to stay. The people from the major families of Acropolis City left with Qin Feng. These people had already transferred the investment funds to the property account of Mo Village, but they did not ignore the matter of Mo Village's transformation. As soon as they returned to Acropolis City, they scrambled to use their respective forces and connections to personally invest in the development of Mo Village. Qin Feng didn't worry about Mo Village anymore. He believed that in less than half a year, Mo Village would undergo earth-shattering changes. All the people in Mo Village would become rich and live happy and healthy lives. Xiao Li was blissful tonight. At one point, she even thought she was Qin Feng's woman and not his servant. To complete this transformation, Xiao Li swore in her heart that she would take care of Qin Feng meticulously from now on. She also wanted to kill her way into Qin Feng's harem. "Qin Feng, where have you been all day? I can't find you." Once Qin Feng returned to Hero City, the women surrounded him. It was rare for Qin Feng to come back. Every time he came back, these women cherished their time with Qin Feng. Xiao Li had been holding Qin Feng's arm all the way back, but now she subconsciously let go of Qin Feng. Xiao Li looked at the row of outstanding beauties and was suddenly knocked back to reality. "Bei Bei, did you miss me?" Qin Feng pulled Lin Bei Bei into his embrace. Lin Bei Bei was the most obedient out of all the girls, and her personality had always been aloof from worldly affairs. Qin Feng's harem was almost divided into 3 teams, but the sisters of each team wouldn't quarrel with Lin Bei Bei. Lin Bei Bei was a bit shy in front of her sisters. She blushed and leaned into Qin Feng's embrace. "Everyone missed you. We're waiting for you to come back for the reunion dinner." Qin Feng dotingly patted Lin Bei Bei's head and smiled. "Okay, since Bei Bei has been obedient and outstanding lately, I'll take you and Ling Xian to Acropolis University tomorrow." Qin Feng's words caused Lin Bei Bei and Zhao Lingxian to cry out in surprise. Ever since Qin Feng had left the Acropolis City, the 2 women rarely went to the Acropolis University. It wasn't that they were tired of skipping classes, but that the Acropolis University had too many memories of them with Qin Feng. Whenever they went to school, they would feel a bit sad. Seeing that Lin Bei Bei was as happy as a bird, Qin Feng was even happier than her. He hugged Lin Bei Bei and called the girls to dinner. The meal was joyous and harmonious. Tonight, Qin Feng flipped Lin Bei Bei's cards, making Lin Bei Bei blush. The 2 of them returned to Lin Bei Bei's boudoir, and Lin Bei Bei ran to take a shower. Qin Feng sat on a large pink bed and watched TV. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his head. Ding! "Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the founder main mission, establishing the Hero Alliance, and developing the Hero Alliance into the #1 force in the outer world. The system rewards host Qin Feng 300,000 Hedonist points, a rare pink spiritual equipment soul severing sword, a purple grade heavenly eagle bow, and a fire cloud cannon produced by Star Technology. Host points, 839,000. Qin Feng was overjoyed that he had completed the founder mission. The main mission was to develop the Hero Alliance into the #1 force in the outer martial arts world. Qin Feng thought the outer martial arts world was the #1 force in the outer hidden sections. Although Qin Feng had become the leader of the martial arts world, he still knew his own limits. Compared to the inner hidden sects, Qin Feng's realm and the Hero Alliance's current force were only average. Qin Feng hurriedly looked at the reward of the mission. Rare pink equipment, soul-severing sword. Equipment introduction. A celestial sword formed by infusing true origin force. It specializes in slaying demons and ghosts. Hidden attribute. Soul slash. True origin force erupted from the sword and enveloped the ghosts, leaving them nowhere to hide. System price, 388,888 hedonist points. The introduction of the soul-severing sword was powerful and magical. Qin Feng was instantly intrigued. He waved his hand, and a sword without a blade appeared in his hand. Buzz! Qin Feng infused a strand of inner qi into the sword hilt. Suddenly, the soul-severing sword let out a series of sword cries as if it was suddenly activated. A pink light shot out and transformed into a sword that was more than a meter long. The sword radiated a majestic true qi as if it was going to devour the heaven and earth. Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity when he held the soul-severing sword in his hand. The true qi in the sword radiated the same aura as the halo of Justice emblem and the angel sword. These three spiritual equipment were also treasures that could slay evil auras, and they specialized in slaying demons and ghosts. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the soul-severing sword streaked across the void. The scattered true qi took the initiative to attack and engulfed the entire room. After Qin Feng met Shaoli, he had a better understanding of spirits. He clearly sensed that the chilling auras in the room had suddenly dissipated. They seemed to be afraid of the existence of the soul-severing sword and had long escaped without a trace. This is really a treasure sword. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the soul-severing sword in his hand. If he had obtained the soul-severing sword when he destroyed the Verdant sect's base a few days ago, the evil cultivators of the Verdant sect would have died even faster. After studying the soul-severing sword, Qin Feng put it away. With a flip of his hand, a dazzling purple battle bow appeared in his hand. Heavenly Eagle Bow Equipment Introduction. Fuse the soul of the Heavenly Eagle into the battle bow. When the bow is drawn, the wrath of the Heavenly Eagle will be activated. System price: 188,888 hedonist points. It was Qin Feng's first time obtaining a battle bow. The Heavenly Eagle bow was exquisitely made, and its surface was engraved with images of giant beasts. This battle bow didn't have a string. When Qin Feng tried to pull it, he felt a repulsive force. Qin Feng drew the Heavenly Eagle bow to its fullest extent and released it through the window. A long screech rang out, and a purple battle eagle flew out. The battle eagle seemed to be a living creature, and its speed was extremely fast. Everything in its path was instantly destroyed by the battle eagle. Rumble! The huge floor-to-ceiling window in Lin Bei Bei's room shattered into pieces. The purple battle eagle soared into the sky and disappeared into the boundless night. What a great bow! What a great bow! Qin Feng was very fond of the Heavenly Eagle bow. Previously, he only used the Spear of Rat Halos as a long-range weapon. The Spear of Rat Halos could fire destructive fire, but it could only attack within 100 meters. On the other hand, the Heavenly Eagle bow could fire an attack from 1,000 meters away. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, and it could hit its target in an instant. After putting away the Heavenly Eagle bow, Qin Feng hastily looked at the fire cloud cannon produced by Star Technology. The Star Technology's products had surprised Qin Feng time and time again. He believed that this fire cloud cannon was not as simple as it looked. Qin Feng was about to fire the cannon when he heard Lin Bei Bei scream. When Lin Bei Bei came out of the bathroom, she saw Qin Feng standing on the bed with a dazzling red cannon barrel on his shoulder. The timid Lin Bei Bei was startled. Lin Bei Bei was wrapped in a white bath towel. Her long legs and fragrant shoulders were exposed to the air. She slipped due to her nervousness and was about to fall to the ground. Swoosh! The fire cloud cannon on Qin Feng's shoulder disappeared. He turned into a beam of pink light and instantly appeared beside Lin Bei Bei. Bei Bei, be careful! Qin Feng hugged Lin Bei Bei tightly and looked at her with a racing heart. Lin Bei Bei's scream stopped. She thought she was going to fall, but she didn't expect Qin Feng to be so fast. The two of them hugged each other tightly. They couldn't help but recall a long time ago in the royal clubhouse. At that time, Lin Bei was going to sell herself to raise money for her mother's surgery fees. Qin Feng, carry me onto the bed. Lin Bei's voice was weak and trembling. Qin Feng was already extremely tempted by Lin Bei's pink skin. He leaped onto the bed and pulled off Lin Bei's bath towel. Then he heard Lin Bei scream, "Ah, Qin Feng, there's a thief." "Thief? Where?" Qin Feng immediately jumped off the bed and quickly looked around. However, there was no one else in the room. Lin Bei immediately pulled the blanket over her body. She pointed at the broken floor-to-ceiling window and said, "Someone smashed the glass. Could it be hidden somewhere?" Qin Feng immediately smiled bitterly. He went onto the bed and hugged Lin Bei. "I accidentally broke it just now. Don't worry, Hero City security is very tight. No thief would come in." Qin Feng said these words of comfort, but his hands dishonestly moved all over Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei was extremely embarrassed, but she forcefully maintained her last bit of rationality and said, "Qin Feng, where's the cannon you were carrying? Where did you get that thing?" Lin Bei really wanted to serve Qin Feng and make him comfortable. However, after seeing the fire cloud cannon, she was a bit worried. How did Qin Feng get his hands on such a thing? Qin Feng smiled. He flipped his hand and the fire cloud cannon appeared on his shoulder again. However, Lin Bei was shocked again. "Bei, I took this from the system." Lin Bei was a woman Qin Feng had taken a liking to a long time ago. Qin Feng didn't plan on keeping any secrets from this girl. Lin Bei widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "What system? Don't make these guns and cannons. It's very dangerous." Lin Bei knew Qin Feng was a martial artist and the most powerful martial artist in the secular world. However, when she saw Qin Feng bring out a cannon, Lin Bei started to lose her cool. In her opinion, this level of weapon should be owned by a country's army. That was something that would only be used in a real war. The system is something that exists in my head. It's my biggest secret. The reason why I went from being a hedonistic young master to the strongest martial artist in the secular world is because of the system's help. This fire cloud cannon is the reward I received from completing the system's mission. Also, the sword and whip that I used before are all from the system. Oh right, the Hero Alliance is also a product of the system. We can communicate telepathically and transfer items through the space-time portal. It's all because of the system. Since Qin Feng told Lin Bei about the system's secret, he explained it in great detail. He was mainly afraid that Lin Bei wouldn't understand. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. She didn't expect such a magical system to exist in this world. Chapter 1096. After finding out how powerful the hedonist sovereign system was, Lin Bei realized how important this secret was to Qin Feng. Lin Bei tightly hugged Qin Feng's waist as she looked up at him and asked, do the other sisters know that you have a system?" Qin Feng shook his head as he smiled. "I haven't told them, but Shuai also has a system." Lin Bei's mouth gaped open in shock as she looked adorably at Qin Feng. "No wonder you weren't angry, even though Shuai and Zheng Shuai had such an ambiguous relationship. I know. Zheng Shuai is also one of your identities, right?" Lin Bei was quite smart. She had suspected Zheng Shuai's identity before, and now that she knew about the system, she was certain of it. With how powerful the hedonist sovereign system was, changing Qin Feng's face was a piece of cake. Bei, you're so smart. Zheng Shuai is me, but don't tell anyone else about this. It's mainly because Zheng Shuai looks too ugly. Qin Feng didn't hide anything from Lin Bei. Lin Bei laughed and suddenly wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck. She climbed onto Qin Feng and looked at him earnestly as she said, "Qin Feng, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what you said tonight. Not even big sister Ling Xian. Unless I die otherwise." Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, Qin Feng covered Lin Bei's fragrant lips with his. Qin Feng was completely at ease with this woman. Back when Yuan Xiang had wanted to force himself on Lin Bei Bei in order to protect her chastity towards Qin Feng, Lin Bei Bei would rather kill herself than submit. Although this woman looked weak and timid, she was incredibly strong when she was serious. The pink bed started to sway more and more violently. Lin Bei Bei hadn't had fun with Qin Feng in a long time, so she did her best to cooperate with him. Qin Feng, the window's gone. Won't the sisters hear us and come in? Lin Bei Bei held back her cries. She was still too shy. With a thought from Qin Feng, the two of them suddenly turned into a ray of pink light and disappeared from Lin Bei Bei's room. Ah, Qin Feng, are we flying? Lin Bei Bei couldn't help but cry out. Just a second ago, she had been lying on the bed with Qin Feng, and now the outline of Hero City was under their feet and the howling wind was by their ears. Qin Feng stood on his flying sword and hugged Lin Bei Bei. He said forcefully, "No one can see us now. You're not shy anymore, right?" Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 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 Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was Qin Feng's first time stepping on a cosmic flying sword to battle. This kind of battle was very exciting, but it also consumed a lot of qi. The two of them fought until the latter half of the night, and Qin Feng carried Lin Bei Bei back to the room. Lin Bei Bei had been exhausted for a long time, and she fell asleep peacefully in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was not sleepy at all. He had planned to unlock the interface of star technology for a long time. Since he was free tonight, he spent 500,000 hedonist points and successfully unlocked the interface of star technology. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 500,000 hedonist points to unlock the star technology interface. Host Qin Feng points. 339,000 hedonist points. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending more than 1 million hedonist points and leveling up to rank 7 hedonist mortal. The system rewards host Qin Feng with a hero lucky draw ticket, and the hidden interface, Immortal Island, has appeared. Qin Feng had obtained the hedonist sovereign system less than a year ago, and he had spent a total of 1 million hedonist points. This shocked Qin Feng. However, the system's character leveling up was too slow. Qin Feng was only a rank 7 hedonist mortal. He didn't even dare to think about obtaining the system's secret for free when he reached rank 9 supremacy. Little pig, what is the interface of Immortal Island? Qin Feng asked. Master, the Immortal Island is a very, very powerful interface. It's even more powerful than the interface of star technology. As for the functions and effects of the Immortal Island, I can't tell you for now. Little Pig said. Qin Feng was amazed. The interface of star technology was already powerful enough, and now there was another interface that was even more powerful. The longer Qin Feng owned the hedonist sovereign system, the more he felt the power of the system. Where did such a powerful system come from? Qin Feng couldn't help but worry about the harm the system would bring to Earth. If the system's secret was leaked, there would be a destructive war. Where was the person who created the system? If it appeared on Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Pig, how many hedonist points does it cost to open the Immortal Island? Master, it costs 2 million hedonist points, Qin Feng exclaimed. 2 million hedonist points? This price was a bit too high. Even the interface of star technology could be opened for 500,000 hedonist points. Little Pig could read Qin Feng's mind and continued to say, Master, the hedonist sovereign system is very precise with the location of each item and interface. Since it's priced at 2 million hedonist points, the effects of opening the Immortal Island will definitely be worth it. So, according to you, the Immortal Island is just like its name, and there are immortals living on it? Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. He saw a Krite serpent lightning hovering above Little Pig's head. Little Pig scowled and looked at Qin Feng with an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Qin Feng was speechless and didn't ask Little Pig any further. However, Qin Feng's mind was full of thoughts, and he thought of many possibilities regarding the immortal island. Qin Feng still felt that there were immortals living on the immortal island. China had developed for more than 5,000 years. If there were people cultivating since ancient times, and those people were still alive, wouldn't they be real immortals? The most powerful people Qin Feng had come into contact with were at the true Qi stage. True Qi stage was only a spiritual master and extended their lifespan by more than 10 years. However, they hadn't reached the stage where they could live beyond the mortal world. Qin Feng, didn't you sleep last night? Qin Feng thought about this for an entire night and was pulled back to reality by Lin Beibei's voice. Qin Feng still didn't understand what kind of powerful realm the immortal island was. He could only wait until he had accumulated 2 million hedonist points and unlocked it. Then the truth would be revealed. Qin Feng said he would take Lin Beibei and Zhao Lingxian to the Acropolis University today, after everyone finished eating early in the morning. Qin Feng drove the 2 girls to the university. The 3 of them hadn't been to the Acropolis University for a long time. As they stood at the school gate and looked at the glittering words, Acropolis University, the 3 of them felt quite emotional. Back then, Qin Feng was dissolute and unrestrained at the university, but he couldn't subdue Zhao Lingxian and Lin Beibei. Now that Qin Feng stood at the gate with his arms around the 2 campus beauties, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Holy shit, that's young Master Qin. I haven't seen him in a long time, and he actually subdued Zhao Lingxian and Lin Beibei. In this world, who's the best at picking up girls? Your elder only admires young Master Qin. AI. These 2 goddesses were originally quite pure, but in the end, they were tempted by money and power. They actually put down their pride and served Qin Feng together. The world is so cold. It really is young Master Qin. Let's hide. Right now, Acropolis City is young Master Qin's world, and he calls the shots in the capital. There were many rich kids studying at Acropolis City University. These people had all heard of Qin Feng's legendary deeds in the past half a year or so. They were usually arrogant and unrestrained at school, but now that they saw Qin Feng, they ran away like mice that had seen a cat. Qin Feng was very famous at Acropolis City University. Even though he hadn't been to school in half a year, there were still many students who came to see him. Lin Beibei and Zhao Lingxian were both legendary figures at the university. These 2 campus beauties hadn't come to class for a long time, and the losers at the university missed them greatly. Beibei, you're really back. I missed you so much. A few girls ran over to Lin Beibei and grabbed her hand as they cheered. Lin Beibei was also very happy to see her good friends and went to chat with them. Zhao Lingxian was famous at school for being an ice goddess. Because she was cold, arrogant, and noble, she didn't have many friends, so she quietly held Qin Feng's arm and stood to the side. Qin Feng, I'm going to walk around with my sisters. I'll come find you guys in a bit. Lin Beibei said to Qin Feng and went to play with her sisters. Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian as they walked through the Acropolis City University. Many students talked about the 2 of them, but Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian just smiled and walked away. Acropolis City University hadn't changed. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian walked through the familiar willow path, the little garden that couples often came to, and the man-made artificial mountains and lakes. Finally, they went to the large classroom that they often attended classes in. Stinky Qin Feng, do you remember what stupid things you did in this classroom? As soon as they entered the classroom, Zhao Lingxian threw Qin Feng's arm off and complained. Of course, Qin Feng understood what Zhao Lingxian was thinking and walked up to her and hugged her. Lingxian, I was young and impetuous back then. I'll apologize to you, all right? I was blind and broke off the engagement with you in front of everyone. Now, my intestines are all green from regret. Qin Feng put on a pained expression, and Zhao Lingxian was instantly amused. She wasn't angry about what had happened, and instead felt that it was quite amusing. Zhao Lingxian turned and lay in Qin Feng's embrace. The two of them returned to the Acropolis City University and sat in the same classroom. It seemed as if nothing had changed, but their relationship had completely changed. Qin Feng, you can only tell me about breaking off the engagement once in this lifetime. If you tell me again in the future, I'll really leave. Zhao Lingxian suddenly hugged Qin Feng tightly, and her body trembled. After becoming Qin Feng's woman, Zhao Lingxian found that she didn't like any other man. She was truly afraid that Qin Feng would abandon her. Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian tightly and lovingly stroked her back. What nonsense are you saying? I won't let you go. Of course. Zhao Lingxian knew how Qin Feng felt about her, but she was still a bit afraid. This was because Zhao Lingxian loved him too deeply, and she was afraid that she would lose Qin Feng. That would be equivalent to losing her entire world. The two of them tightly hugged each other and didn't say anything. They felt the sound of each other's heartbeats, and it was as if they were on the same frequency. Young Master Qin, it's bad. A bad guy from South Korea wants to bully Bei Bei. Suddenly a girl ran in. When she saw Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian hugging each other, she was so embarrassed that she was a bit embarrassed. This girl was Lin Bei Bei's good friend, who had gone to play at the school gates. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian hurriedly separated, and their expressions became anxious. Where's Bei Bei? Hurry and take us there. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Lingxian and walked out. Lin Bei Bei's good friend brought the two of them to a dance studio. Lin Bei Bei and her two other friends were there, as well as 3 other boys. These 3 guys were all from Korea. Lin Bei Bei didn't know if they had gone through plastic surgery, but each of them was more handsome than the other. One of them stood in front of Lin Bei Bei and stared at Lin Bei Bei's body with a bright smile, as if he wanted to swallow Lin Bei Bei whole. Little beauty, I'm your senior, Kim Eun-hyun, and these 2 are my friends from South Korea. We're all exchange students, and we just want to be friends with a beauty. Don't be afraid. Chapter 1097. Jin Enxian pretended not to understand Lin Bei Bei's words and smiled as he said, Beautiful lady, do you want to walk around? Then we'll accompany you. Although I've only been at Acropolis University for 2 months, I've been to every corner of the campus. I can lead you wherever you want to go. Jin Enxian clearly wanted to flirt with Lin Bei Bei, and Lin Bei Bei's pretty face became a bit unhappy. Ever since she started following Qin Feng, she wouldn't take the initiative to speak to other men. Sorry, I have to go. Lin Bei Bei pulled her 2 sisters and was about to leave, but Jin Enxian stepped forward and blocked the 3 women's path. Fortunately, Lin Bei Bei had cultivated and reacted in time. Otherwise, she would have crashed into Jin Enxian's embrace. What do you want? Get out of my way. Lin Bei Bei was furious. She looked up and saw Qin Feng walking in, and her worried heart immediately calmed down. Qin Feng, I'm here. Lin Bei Bei waved her hand, and Qin Feng walked over with Zhao Lingxian. When Jin Enxian and the others saw Qin Feng, they all frowned. They had only been at Acropolis University for 2 months and had no idea who Qin Feng was. Bei Bei, are you all right? Qin Feng walked to Lin Bei Bei's side and pulled her into his embrace. Lin Bei Bei felt wronged as she shook her head and pouted as she said, I'm fine, let's go. Oi, what's wrong with you, man? Why are you hugging 2 beauties? You're humiliating these 2 beauties. Let them go. Qin Feng hadn't even caused trouble for Jin Enxian, and this guy was already yelling at Qin Feng. Jin Enxian and his 2 companions were incredibly depressed. Zhao Lingxian and Lin Bei Bei were both great beauties, and the 3 of them saw that Qin Feng was hugging 2 beauties in each of his arms. What's more, these 2 beauties didn't seem to mind. Oh, who are you? Why do you care about my business? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Jin and Xian. Jin and Xian wanted to drive a wedge between them and make the two beauties leave Qin Feng. He even felt that he was much more handsome than Qin Feng. If Qin Feng could conquer these two beauties, then Jin and Xian felt that he could as well. I don't care about your business, but you've embarrassed us men. As a man, you should learn to be loyal to your partner. As soon as I see you, I have to stop you. Jin and Xian's words were so righteous that he was about to turn into a saint. After making Qin Feng look like he was worthless, he said to Zhao Lingxian and Lin Beibei, "Beauties, you're both outstanding beauties. I'm sure you have many suitors. So why do you want to follow this stinky man?" Lin Beibei and Zhao Lingxian both rolled their eyes at Jin and Xian, thinking that he was being too nosy. Qin Feng had long seen through Jin and Xian's thoughts. He sneered and said, "I'll give you one chance. Scram now." Before Kim and Xian could speak, his two companions behind him immediately became furious. "Stinking brat, how can you speak to President Jin like that? Do you believe that we will beat you to death? Hurry up and apologize to President Kim. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place today." Facing the threat of the two, Lin Beibei's three good sisters were scared out of their wits. After all, there were three guys on the other side, and they only had Qin Feng on their side. Moreover, the three sisters didn't know that Qin Feng was a martial artist. They only knew that Qin Feng was a powerless, hedonistic young master. How could he be a match for Jin and Xian and the other two? Lin Beibei and Zhao Lingxian inwardly laughed. Qin Feng was currently the #1 martial artist in China, yet there were still people who dared to speak so harshly in front of him. "Looks like you're looking for a beating. Don't blame me for bullying the weak." Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to attack Kim and Xian and the others. After all, it would damage his status as the Azure Dragon of China. However, Qin Feng wouldn't let these three people off easily. However, Kim and Xian had a cold smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and stopped his two companions behind him. He stepped forward and said, "Humph. Kim and Xian, am enough to deal with scum like you. I'm the president of the Acropolis University's Taekwondo Club. I'll fight you with only one hand." After hearing Kim and Xian's words, Lin Beibei and Zhao Lingxian laughed so hard that tears almost came out of their eyes. However, Lin Beibei's three friends were so scared that their faces paled. So, Kim and Xian was the president of the Taekwondo Club. His skills must be incredible. Qin Feng was going to lose today. "There's no need to fight me. You don't have the right. I suggest that the three of you come at me together. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight me." Qin Feng calmly looked at Kim and Xian. Kim and Xian was instantly displeased. "Chinese coward, your elder said I'll fight you with only one hand. So I'll fight you with only one hand. Do you dare to fight me or not?" Qin Feng was annoyed. He slapped Kim and Xian. Before Kim and Xian knew what was going on, he was sent flying. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out in the dance studio. Kim and Xian flew 10 or so meters away and crashed heavily at the entrance. Lin Beibei's three friends were dumbfounded. Kim and Xian's two friends were also dumbfounded. Kim and Xian was the president of the Taekwondo Club, and he was a black belt in Taekwondo. Normally, he could fight 7 or 8 university students by himself. However, he was KO'd by Qin Feng with a single slap. After slapping Kim and Xian, Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at him. He smiled and asked the other two friends, "Are you two going to fight me with only one hand as well?" The two friends were so scared that their bodies trembled. How would they dare to fight Qin Feng? In all their lives, this was the first time they'd seen someone send a young man flying 10 or so meters away with a single slap. "President Kim, are you all right?" "Hurry and take President Kim to the hospital." The two friends came back to their senses and hurriedly went to support Kim and Xian as they ran away. The dance studio fell into silence. Lin Beibei and her two sisters were still in a daze. They stole a few glances at Qin Feng, wondering if this was the same hedonistic young Master Qin Feng who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Bei Bei, go and play with your friends. If anyone dares to bother you again, just do it yourself. Lin Bei Bei was now a stage 3 inner Qi martial artist. In the entire Acropolis city, there weren't many people who were a match for Lin Bei Bei, let alone Acropolis University. Lin Bei Bei nodded. Previously, she was kind-hearted and didn't want to hurt Kim and Xian. However, now she'd thought it through. If bad guys pestered her again, she'd personally teach them a lesson. Qin Feng, big sister Ling Xian, will go and play first. You guys have fun here. Lin Bei Bei pulled her 3 friends away. When they reached the dance studio's entrance, she turned around and smiled at the 2 people. That smile was a bit ambiguous. Only Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were left in the dance studio. Zhao Lingxian naturally understood Lin Bei Bei's smile. This time, Qin Feng had slept with other women for the past few nights, so Zhao Lingxian hadn't had the chance to be intimate with Qin Feng. Lingxian, didn't you learn how to dance before? Dance for me. Qin Feng smiled as he patted Zhao Lingxian's head. Zhao Lingxian's face turned red. She suddenly took a step back and began to twist and turn in the spacious dance studio. Qin Feng watched for a few seconds and couldn't keep his cool. Zhao Lingxian was doing a striptease. Zhao Lingxian was tall and slender, and her dance was sexy and enchanting. Soon she was in the air. Qin Feng had already pressed himself against her, but Zhao Lingxian turned around to avoid Qin Feng. She placed one of her long legs on the leg-stretching platform. Her movements were simply too perfect. Lingxian, you're a vixen. Qin Feng laughed as he leaped over. This time, Zhao Lingxian didn't dodge and allowed Qin Feng to hug her. Zhao Lingxian's dancing skills were pretty good. She was good at all sorts of moves. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded because they were in the dance studio. Qin Feng didn't play for too long. Half an hour later, the 2 of them got dressed and walked out. Lin Bei Bei had also finished playing and returned. Her 3 good friends had already left. Lin Bei Bei looked at Zhao Lingxian's rosy face and understood some things. The 3 of them walked around the Acropolis University. When they saw that the sky was almost dark, they prepared to go back. Just as they arrived at the school gate, a large group of men in Taekwondo uniforms blocked the gate. When they saw Qin Feng, they immediately surrounded him. It's this bastard. He broke our President Kim's bones. 2 people walked out from the crowd. They were Kim and Qian's 2 friends. They pointed at Qin Feng and shouted. Behind them were over 30 students, and they were all from South Korea. These people started to shout at Qin Feng. They wanted Qin Feng to kneel and beg for mercy. They also wanted Qin Feng to apologize. Lin Bei Bei and Zhao Lingxian were both angry. If Qin Feng didn't stop them, the 2 girls would have beaten them up already. The commotion was quite big, and many students from the Acropolis University surrounded them. What's going on over there? It seems like young Master Qin is in trouble. It's those bastards from South Korea again. These people are arrogant and despotic just because they practiced Taekwondo for a few years. How dare a bunch of foreigners behave atrociously in China? Lower your voice. Can't you see that they have over 30 people? Be careful, or they'll beat you up too. Most of them were Chinese. These students were usually bullied by the members of the Taekwondo club at Acropolis University. However, they were afraid that the people from South Korea all practiced Taekwondo, so they could only swallow their anger. The South Koreans were not afraid at all when they saw the students surrounding them. Instead, they smiled proudly. They were eager for more onlookers to witness their might. Brat, are you deaf? Kneel down and kowtow, then let me break your legs. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the school today. Kim and Xian's 2 friends were scared to death earlier, but they were emboldened now. The 30 people behind them also cursed and scolded Qin Feng. They didn't take him seriously at all, An apology is out of the question. If you don't move aside, then I'll fulfill your wish to be beaten up." Chin Fong smiled at the crowd. The South Koreans were enraged. They were also puzzled. Chin Fong was only one person. So where did he get the confidence to say such big words? The onlookers from the school were also discussing among themselves. Some of them were from wealthy families in Acropolis City, but most ordinary people didn't know Chin Feng's identity as a martial artist. They all thought that Chin Fong was boasting. "Damn it, this brat is asking for it. Everyone, let's break his legs and avenge President Kim." The South Koreans ran out of patience and they all pounced at Chin Fong. Exclamations came from the crowd. The Acropolis University students were dumbfounded. It was as if they could see Chin Fong being drowned in punches and kicks. Bang! A dull sound spread out. Once it started, it seemed like it wouldn't stop. Chin Fong was like a small fish, swimming freely through the crowd. Wherever he went, a dull thud would be heard, and a South Korean person would fall to the ground and never get up again. Bang, 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 bang. The loud noises were incessant, and the speed was as fast as firecrackers. In less than half a minute, everything calmed down. Chin Fong had already returned to his original spot. He hugged Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian with a calm expression on his face. However, in front of Chin Fong, the arrogant and despotic South Koreans all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. They were rolling around in pain and screaming in pain. The students were dumbfounded. Chin Feng's attacks were too fast. Before they could understand what was going on, the fight was already over. After Chin Fong beat them up, he acted as if nothing had happened. These Taekwondo club members were too much of a scumbag, and Chin Fong couldn't even be bothered to attack them. The three of them left Acropolis University, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. It wasn't until Chin Fong, Zhao Ling, and Zhao Ling disappeared into the car that the onlookers gradually came to their senses. Chapter 1098. Chin Fong accompanied Zhao Lingxian and Lin Bei to the Acropolis University. The next day, he accompanied Lu Wenjing to the Teachers' College. Back then, Chin Fong went to the Teachers' College to look for Lu Wenjing. At that time, Gao Hu, one of the 5 small families of Acropolis City, wanted to have a basketball match with Chin Fong. Later, Sima too came, and Chin Fong beat Gao Hu up. At that time, Chin Fong was still fighting against the losers of the Normal University at Lover's Bridge. He had beaten the boys who chased after Lu Wenjing into a sorry state. When Chin Fong stood on Lover's Bridge with Lu Wenjing in his arms, the two of them were deeply touched. Chin Fong accompanied a few women almost every day. He searched for the things they had done and some sweet memories. After a few days, Chin Fong accompanied all the beauties. He felt like he was going to die from exhaustion. Hero City was developing better and better. Ever since Qin Yi joined Hero City, he had been working diligently for Lu Jie. After Chang Xian arrived at Hero City, she became a teacher and taught the children from her village. Xiao Shishir also stayed in Hero City, but she still went to Devil Beast Mountain every day. Chin Fong didn't stop her since she still had a revenge plan to complete. Moreover, Chin Fong felt more at ease now that Xiao Shishir was protected by the white-haired demonic ape. Zhang Kuku would also go to the mountain with Xiao Shishir when she was free. However, Zhang Kuku's purpose was to hunt and release the energy in her body. After staying in Hero City for a week, Chin Fong suddenly received news from the Outer Wulin. Chin Fong returned triumphantly after winning the title of the Martial Arts League Master. However, the Outer Wulin didn't hold an official Martial Arts League Master Ascension ceremony for Chin Fong. In fact, there were some problems with the Stellar Gate. The Martial Arts Alliance Master was supposed to hold the coronation ceremony that day, but Ling Daozi and the 2 great elders who had gone to the Stellar Gate had disappeared. Even the Vice Gate Master Ling Tianhai had disappeared. Since the Starlight Sect had no one to host the Martial Arts League Master Ascension ceremony, it was cancelled immediately. After the people from the Starlight Sect returned, They waited for a week and still didn't see Ling Daozi and the others. Under the pressure from the hidden sects, the matter couldn't be delayed any longer. The Starlight sect sent a message to Qin Feng to the Starlight sect to hold the Martial Arts League Master Ascension ceremony as soon as possible. After Qin Feng received the message, he decided to go to the Outer Wuling. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. The Starlight sect told him to hurry up, so he had to go. Wouldn't he become a follower of the Star sect? Qin Feng had to deal with the things at hand first. It would be more appropriate to let the people from the Starlight sect wait for him. The last time Qin Feng left, he had set up a small spirit gathering formation. The effect of the spirit gathering formation was very obvious. It allowed Lin Bei Bei and the other women to increase their realms by 1 level. This time, before he left, Qin Feng planned to set up a large spirit gathering formation that could accommodate at least 100 people to cultivate inside. The formation had to last for more than a month. Now that Qin Feng's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and at the treasure convention in Devil City, he had snatched over 100 spirit stones. With Qin Feng's current strength, he could indeed set up a spirit gathering formation. However, in order to strengthen the formation, Qin Feng called the 3 heroes and Hua Bei over. Master, Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chue Shui respectfully greeted Qin Feng. Hua Tuan no longer hid his identity in front of Hua Bei. Master, Hua Tua greets you. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the 3 heroes straightened their backs. Hua Bei stared at the scene in front of her, dumbfounded. She could not understand how Qin Feng managed to subdue these 3 elites. Grandpa Hua, you and the 3 of them will help me set up the formation. I'm about to leave, so I'm going to set up a spirit gathering formation before I leave. After that, all of you can cultivate faster inside the formation. Qin Feng explained his intention. Hua Bei was proficient in alchemy, but she was clueless about setting up a formation. Qin Feng, I don't know much about setting up a formation. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. All right, everyone follow my instructions. I'll set up the formation. I'll need your inner qi and true qi to strengthen the formation. After Qin Feng finished explaining, he began to set up the formation. Qin Feng had set up the lesser spirit gathering formation last time, so he was quite familiar with it. He unlocked the memory of the 5 elemental formation and started to work according to the records of the spirit gathering formation. After Qin Feng branded tens of high-grade spirit stones and hundreds of mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones with the fire of destruction, he scattered them around. Hua Bei and the other 3 followed Qin Feng's instructions and began to activate these spirit stones. Then they pulled out a formless air barrier. Previously, Qin Feng set up the formation by himself. This time, with the help of 4 elites, the spirit gathering formation was finally completed. It enveloped a hidden fan in Hero City. Phew! Qin Feng, this spirit gathering formation is really powerful. It's a few times more powerful than the lesser spirit gathering formation. The density of the spiritual energy here is 15 times that of the outside world. Hua Bei exclaimed as she sat on the mountain peak and sensed the density of the spiritual energy around her. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. In the system, when the heavenly blessed cave pavilion was in its initial state, the density of the spiritual energy inside was 30 times that of Earth. This time, the spirit gathering formation was half as effective as the heavenly blessed cave pavilion. Cultivating in the heavenly blessed cave pavilion cost 1 hedonist point per second. However, cultivating in the spirit gathering formation was free. Moreover, the formation could last for at least a month. Qin Feng stood on the mountain peak where the spirit gathering formation was set up. He looked down at the buildings of Hero City. The mountain peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was as majestic as Mount Godly Dragon. It looked like a celestial mountain. As soon as the spirit gathering formation was set up, Zhao Lingxian and the other women sensed the density of the spiritual energy and rushed over. Qin Feng, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Zhao Lingxian's eyes were filled with stars. Chang Xian was a martial artist who had just reached stage 1 inner qi. She felt like her body was going to explode as soon as she entered the spirit gathering formation. Without saying a word, she sat cross-legged in the formation and started to cultivate. Rin Xiao Yao and Hua Yan also started to cultivate. The two women were the most powerful, so they needed more spiritual energy. Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian ran to Qin Feng's side and sat down. Su Qiuyu sat down and started to cultivate while Su Xiatian played with Qin Feng and cultivated. Hua Baiyi and the three heroes also sat cross-legged in the plains on the mountain peak and started to cultivate. Ouyang Feng and the other two heroes could cultivate on their own. However, Earth's magnetic field greatly restricted their own magnetic field. Before this, they couldn't cultivate on Earth. However, after Qin Feng set up the spirit gathering formation, the density of the spiritual energy in the formation changed the magnetic field of Hero City. The magnetic field in the vicinity started to match Earth's magnetic field from hundreds of years ago, fulfilling the three heroes' cultivation needs. More and more people gathered in the spirit gathering array. Everyone sat together and focused on breaking through. The surrounding spirit qi surged wildly and circulated in everyone's body, forming a positive cycle. It was as if the spirit qi in the array could never be used up, and more gathered. Boom! An explosive sound came from Chang Xian's body. That was the normal reaction of breaking through stage 2 inner qi. Zhao Lingxian and Lin Bei also broke through. Their cultivation speed in the spirit gathering formation was more than 10 times faster than the outside world. Don't rush to break through after you've broken through. You need to stabilize your current strength. I've opened the first floor of the Hero Alliance's Battle Spirit Palace. You can enter and find virtual opponents to train your strength. Qin Feng used the Hero Alliance to speak. Everyone who joined the Hero Alliance could hear Qin Feng's voice in their minds. The women were very curious about the Battle Spirit Palace. Chang Xian and the others who had just broken through immediately entered the first floor of the Battle Spirit Palace. Qin Feng also entered the Battle Spirit Palace. He discovered that the Battle Spirit Palace was magical. Everyone could communicate with each other through their thoughts. Qin Feng saw the virtual images of Zhao Lingxian and the other women in the Battle Spirit Palace. Qin Feng, can we fight as a group? Zhao Lingxian's excited voice rang in everyone's mind. Qin Feng asked Little Pig. After receiving an affirmative answer, he said, "We can fight each other, but we're all good sisters. Why would we fight each other? Let's find other opponents in the Battle Spirit Palace." Qin Feng underestimated the scheming of women. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Lingxian and the other women fighting in the hall of the Battle Spirit Palace. "Zhao Lingxian, how dare you sneak attack me? I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Let's have a good fight today." Zhao Lingxian slapped Lu Wenjing with her palm. Lu Wenjing reacted quickly and met the attack with her lily-white hand. The two women were both stage for inner qi experts. They were evenly matched. The scene of their fight was beautiful and thrilling. Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bei, come and help me. Lu Wenjing is very domineering. Let's teach her a lesson in the virtual world." Zhao Lingxian called for reinforcements as she fought. Lin Bei was anxious. How could she join the fight? She even tried to persuade the two to reconcile. "Lingxian, Big Sister Qing is here to help you." Bai Qing ran in excitedly after discovering that people could fight in the Battle Spirit Palace. She immediately teamed up with Zhao Lingxian to attack Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing couldn't take it anymore, but a petite figure appeared. Lu Xiaojia pouted and ran in. "You two bullied my big sister. Xiao Jia will take revenge for her." Lu Xiaojia was still young and had only broken through to stage 2 inner qi. Zhao Lingxian and Bai Qing didn't really fight with Lu Xiaojia. Although the Battle Spirit Palace was a virtual world, the two women were kind-hearted people and treated Lu Xiaojia like a little sister. Slap! A blood-red whip came from the void. This whip was extremely powerful and immediately split the two fighting parties apart. Hua Yan jumped out with a smile and looked down on the crowd. All of you, step aside. In terms of realm, I'm the highest among the women. You have to listen to me from now on. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson in the Battle Spirit Palace every day. Hua Yan was overjoyed. She finally found a place to vent her anger. Usually, Hua Yan was alone in Hero City and didn't participate in any battles. This caused her to be at a disadvantage every time she bickered with the women. She had a bellyful of resentment. Yao Yao, come and help. Zhao Lingxian shouted. Ren Xiao Yao suddenly appeared. She held the waning moon sword in one hand and wore a sexy, tight qipao. She stood there with a calm expression like a heroine of the generation. Xiao Yao, why are you helping Zhao Lingxian and the others? I have a good idea. Why don't you join forces with me? In the future, the consequences for Qin Feng will be the two of us. The other sisters will have to listen to us. Hua Yan tempted Ren Xiao Yao with a smile. Ren Xiao Yao was also an expert. Hua Yan's strength was comparable to hers. Ren Xiao Yao started to hesitate. As Qin Feng's servant girl, her status wasn't high. The appearance of the Battle Spirit Palace gave Ren Xiao Yao a chance to turn things around. Okay, I'll team up with Yan Yan. You have to listen to me and Yan Yan from now on. This time, when Qin Feng came back, I didn't even sleep with him. How can you guys keep hogging Qin Feng? Ren Xiao Yao blushed when she said this. However, she knew she had to fight for it. There were too many women around Qin Feng. If she didn't work hard, she would gradually fall out of favor. Chapter 1099. Lu Wenjing, how about we form an alliance for now? Let's get rid of Hua Yan and Ren Xiao Yao first. Zhao Lingxian immediately tried to rope in Lu Wenjing. Hua Yan and Ren Xiao Yao were too powerful. Lu Wenjing put aside her conflict with Zhao Lingxian and leaped to her side. Okay, let's form an alliance first. We'll talk about our business after we defeat them. The battle situation changed again. Zhao Lingxian, Bai Qing, Lu Wenjing and her sister, Su Qiuyu and her sister, Haningying, Lia, and Ao Shaowan formed an alliance. However, Lin Bei, Yun Xiao, Chang Xian, Shui Er, Shaoli, and Liu Qin didn't participate in the battle. These women were aloof from worldly affairs, and their identities were unknown. They hadn't had sexual relations with Qin Feng yet, so they didn't have the nerve to cause trouble in the harem. Lingxian, Yan Yan, stop messing around. We can find inner qi stage opponents here. Why are you fighting among yourselves? Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. The women had created a new function in the Battle Spirit Palace. It became a good place for everyone to vent their emotions. Zhao Lingxian, Hua Yan, and Ren Xiao Yao glared at Qin Feng and yelled angrily, "Don't meddle in women's affairs!" Qin Feng retreated to the side with a bitter smile when he saw the dozen or so women who were as obedient as kittens. He hugged Lin Bei and the other women and watched the battle. Zhao Lingxian took the lead and flew toward Hua Yan. Humph. Zhao Lingxian, you're good at arguing, but you're not good at fighting. I advise you to listen to me and Xiao Yao. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if you get hurt. Hua Yan waved the long whip in her hand, and the sky was filled with whip shadows. Bai Qing and Lu Wenjing also followed. However, their cultivation levels were too low compared to Hua Yan's. Hua Yan's light whip landed, and the women retreated in fear. Haningying and the Su Qiuyu sisters surrounded Ren Xiao Yao. Ren Xiao Yao was also an expert. Her hand shook, and the waning moon sword slashed out a half moon. The sword chi was oppressive, and Han Ying and the other women retreated in fear. Hua Yan and Rin Xiao Yao were still holding back. After all, they were all sisters. Although they had started fighting, Hua Yan and Ren Xiao Yao wouldn't use their killing moves. At most, they would put on a show to scare Zhao Lingxian and the others. Everyone attacked again and again, but before they could even get close to Hua Yan and Rin Xiao Yao, they were forced back by the two women's powerful attacks. After this happened a few times, Zhao Lingxian and the other women felt quite annoyed and decided not to fight anymore. Why aren't you attacking anymore? Scared just like that? Xiao Yao and I were just warming up. Hua Yan had the upper hand and was in a great mood, so she purposely angered Zhao Lingxian and the other women. Han Ying was furious. She ran to Qin Feng's side and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck. She wrapped herself around Qin Feng's body like a snake spirit and blew hot air into Qin Feng's ear. Darling, hurry and help me teach those two women a lesson. I'll leave them to you tonight. When Zhao Lingxian saw Han Ying using her honey trap, she immediately ran over and grabbed Qin Feng's hand to touch her thigh. Qin Feng, hurry and help us. After you beat those two women, I'll let you touch them for the whole day. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was about to be played to death by these women. TCH, you're not the only ones with beauties. Xiao Yao and I have them too. I have big breasts and Xiao Yao has long legs. We're willing to let Qin Feng touch us. Ren Xiao Yao and Hua Yan leaped to Qin Feng's side and fought to let Qin Feng take advantage of them. Lu Jia, Huang Jingua, and the others originally wanted to enter the Dou Spirit Palace to find opponents to train their strength, but they were scared silly as soon as they entered, so they hurriedly retreated. All right, we're all good sisters, so let's not hurt each other. Hurry and find your opponents. How could Qin Feng help them? It wouldn't be right no matter who he helped. After Qin Feng comforted them, the women finally calmed down. Then they each went to a floor to choose an opponent of corresponding strength to fight. When Lu Jie and Huang Jingua heard that the battle in the harem had subsided, they wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads and returned. They also found opponents that were suitable for their cultivation base and began to train in the Dou Spirit Palace. Currently, only one floor of the Dou Spirit Palace was opened, and the opponents inside were experts of the inner Qi stage. However, opponents of this level were not attractive to Qin Feng unless he spent 200,000 hedonist points to open the second floor. Qin Feng still had 339,000 hedonist points. After thinking about it, he gave up on the idea of opening the second floor. Not long ago, he became a rank 7 hedonist mortal, and the immortal island appeared. Even now, Qin Feng was still full of curiosity and yearning for the immortal island. He planned to save as many hedonist points as he could. When he had 2 million hedonist points, he would open the immortal island. Since Qin Feng had nothing to do, he went to the Dou Spirit Palace to summon the 9 dragons of China. The Dou Spirit Palace could summon all opponents of the inner Qi stage. The opponents that appeared were 100% of the original character strength. The 9 dragons of China were included in the Dou Spirit Palace. Qin Feng felt quite excited to fight 9 people at once. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. Loud noises sounded continuously in the Dou Spirit Palace. More than a dozen beauties, Lu Jia, and a few men were training hard. The women were quite valiant, and they all chose Qin Feng as their opponents. Qin Feng was now at the peak of Stage 9 Inner Qi, and he was defined by the Dou Spirit Palace as an expert of the 9 Inner Qi stage. The Qin Feng that the women summoned had no emotions. He would easily kill the women in the Dou Spirit Palace with a palm or a kick. Qin Feng, come out right now. Qin Feng was fighting fiercely with the 9 dragons of China when he suddenly heard a group of women calling for him. Qin Feng thought that something big had happened, so he hurriedly left the training room and went to the hall of the Dou Spirit Palace. Zhao Lingxian and 7 or 8 other women stood in a row. They had all summoned Qin Feng as their opponent, and after being beaten up hundreds of times, they came out to vent their anger. Ling Xian, what happened to you guys? Qin Feng was still unaware. Zhao Ling Xian rushed up and stomped on Qin Feng's foot. Bai Qing also came up and pinched Qin Feng's back. What do you think happened? Why can't you go easy on him? You killed him as soon as you attacked. Do you still like me? Zhao Ling Xian complained unreasonably. Han Ying was also angry. Qin Feng, I won't let you sleep with me tonight, and I won't let you in the future. Seeing that the women were in an uproar, Qin Feng thought that they were fighting among themselves again. Lin Bei couldn't stand it anymore and felt sorry for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're in trouble. Lin Bei secretly ran to Qin Feng's side and reported. Qin Feng liked this girl. He hugged Lin Bei and asked what happened. The opponents that the sisters found were all you, but the you that they summoned didn't know big sister Ling Xian and the others at all. You were very ruthless. Lin Bei explained the situation. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and almost fainted from anger. You're blaming me? With the help of the Spirit Gathering Formation and the Do Spirit Palace, the women's breakthroughs were as fast as rockets. Qin Feng was extremely envious. They cultivated until night time, and the women were still immersed in the joy of their breakthroughs. They even forgot to eat and sleep. Qin Feng had already left the Spirit Gathering Formation and returned to the Villa Hotel to pack his luggage. He planned to go to the capital first thing in the morning and give the sovereign peace system to the divine dragon. Qin Feng! Just as Qin Feng walked to the entrance of the hotel, a pleasant voice came from behind. Su Qiu, you stood behind him in a white chiffon dress. Under the moonlight, her pretty face was pure and charming, like a blooming epiphyllum. Qiu Yu, you're back too? Qin Feng went up and hugged Su Qiu Yu's small waist. Su Qiu Yu's heart fluttered. Recently, she had been busy with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. Every time Qin Feng returned to Hero City, Su Qiu Yu didn't have much time to reunite with him. When she saw Qin Feng accompanying other women at night, Su Qiu Yu's heart felt empty. Qin Feng, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Do you want to go to my room? I'll cook for you. Su Qiu Yu blushed and lay in Qin Feng's arms shyly. Qin Feng smelled the fragrance on Su Qiu Yu's body and felt a little excited. He hugged her and went back to the room. These women all lived in this villa hotel. Everyone's room was similar. Su Qiu Yu's room was decorated very stylishly, and it was filled with the smell of books. Qin Feng, take a seat first. I'll go cook for you. Su Qiu Yu went into the room and started cooking like a little wife. Qin Feng sat on the sofa in the living room. There were a lot of contracts and documents on the coffee table. It seemed that Su Qiu Yu had been doing her best to develop Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. Soon, the room was filled with the fragrance of food. Qin Feng went to the kitchen and helped Su Qiu Yu bring the food to the table. The two sat opposite each other. Qiu Yu, you've been working hard recently. Qin Feng caressed Su Qiu Yu's pretty face. Su Qiu Yu's heart was filled with warmth. She had been working hard to develop Su Qin Pharmaceuticals by herself. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't hard. However, with Qin Feng's concern, Su Qiu Yu felt that it was all worth it. Su Qiu Yu was infatuated with Qin Feng eating the food she cooked. Seeing Qin Feng wolfing down the food, Su Qiu Yu was very satisfied. Qin Feng had saved the entire Su family, helped the Su sisters stabilize the Su family's business, and saved her grandfather, Su Haonan's life. Su Qiu Yu had always kept this kindness in her heart. She was not a woman who liked to talk. She preferred to repay Qin Feng with her actions. Su Qiu Yu had developed Su Qin Pharmaceuticals into the top pharmaceutical group in China. Even Saint Medic had to rely on Su Qin Pharmaceuticals to develop. Qin Feng, will you stay with me tonight? Su Qiu Yu said hastily after Qin Feng finished his meal. Qin Feng looked at Su Qiu Yu, whose eyes were as clear as water. He walked up to her and carried her to the big bed. Su Qiuyu felt a little nervous because she had not been pampered by Qin Feng for a long time. Qin Feng's movements were gentle and slow. It was like the first time he developed a relationship with Su Qiuyu. Su Qiuyu was immersed in Qin Feng's gentle and strong embrace. This feeling was wonderful and familiar. While the two were in the middle of their passion, the door was suddenly opened. Qin Feng and Su Qiuyu were stunned. They looked at the door and saw Su Xiatian skipping in. "Sis, where are you?" Sis, Qin Feng, why you?" Su Xiatian was stunned by the scene in front of her as soon as she entered the inner room. She covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Su Qiuyu was embarrassed. She knew her younger sister hadn't done it with Qin Feng yet. It was embarrassing for her younger sister to see her like this. "Little sister, you should go back to your room first." "Qin Feng, why don't move around?" Su Qiuyu was depressed. She found Qin Feng ignored her younger sister's existence and continued to attack her. "Su Qiuyu resisted the urge to scream." Su Xiatian stood at the door and stared blankly. "Qin Feng, don't be like this." Su Qiuyu couldn't hold it in anymore. She started to yell to vent her emotions. Her voice made Su Xiatian blush. Qin Feng didn't stop. He said to Su Xiatian, "Little sister Xiatian, come here." Su Qiuyu felt she was old. Her thoughts couldn't keep up with the times. When her younger sister ran over happily, Su Qiuyu was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Chapter 1100. Early in the morning. Qin Feng left Hero City before the girls woke up. He was afraid that the girls would be reluctant to see him off, which would make Qin Feng sad. Xiao, Li, the beauty duo, and Xue followed Qin Feng. The four of them took the earliest flight to the provincial capital and rushed to Mount God Dragon. Brother. Inside Mount God Dragon, the divine dragon was practicing martial arts in the valley. When Xue saw her brother, she ran to him excitedly. The divine dragon caressed Xue's head as his eyes fell on the beauty duo. When he saw Rao Sherman and Zhang Cuckoo holding Qin Feng's arms, he immediately understood their relationship. "Xue, did you suffer?" The divine dragon's expression was cold. He regretted letting his sister follow Qin Feng. Qin Feng had too many women around him. Xue understood the divine dragon's concern. She hugged his arm and said with a smile, "Brother, I told you not to worry. I told you not to worry. I went to Hero City with Qin Feng. There are many sisters there, but I got along well with them. I'm also very close to Qin Feng." Xue's eyes sparkled when she talked about Qin Feng. The divine dragon sighed inwardly. He was the most powerful man in China, but his sister was with a womanizer. Moreover, his sister was dead set on following Qin Feng. He was at his wits' end. "Xue, bring the beauty duo and Xiao Li to Mount God Dragon." "I want to talk to your brother alone," said Qin Feng. Xue ran to Qin Feng's side obediently. She hugged Qin Feng and kissed him on the lips. Then she shyly dragged the three girls away from the valley. Qin Feng and the divine dragon were left alone, staring at each other. "Qin Feng, you have too many women. You should control yourself in the future," the divine dragon couldn't help but say. Qin Feng didn't mind. He walked to the divine dragon with a smile and said, "I'm not here to talk about women. I have a treasure for you." The divine dragon's expression changed slightly. Qin Feng had a lot of treasures. What kind of treasure was he going to give? Qin Feng flipped his hand, and the black wooden box containing the sovereign peace system appeared in his hand. The divine dragon became vigilant. As a true Qi stage powerhouse, he could clearly sense the violent airflow inside the black wooden box. It was as if it could destroy the entire Mount God Dragon in a split second. "What's in this box?" The divine dragon stared at Qin Feng and asked. Since Qin Feng's relationship with Xue or had improved, his relationship with the divine dragon had improved as well. Qin Fin didn't mind the divine dragon's vigilance and suspicion. He smiled and said, "Why don't you open it yourself?" Qin Fin tossed the black wooden box to the divine dragon. The divine dragon was a little nervous as he held it in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, but didn't open it. He looked at Qin Fin and said, "There's a strong, true qi rippling inside." "What is it?" "Senior Dragon God, to tell you the truth, I've already treated Xue as my woman. You're her brother. What can I do to you?" Qin Fin became serious. The mystical dragon thought of how sweet Xue was with Qin Fin earlier, and he relaxed his guard. The divine dragon slowly opened the black wooden box, and thousands of rays of light shot out, so bright that the divine dragon could not open his eyes. The sovereign peace system was still in a transparent crystal ball state. There seemed to be an aura of life flowing within the crystal ball. The aura was very faint, but the vitality seemed to be extremely strong. The divine dragon felt that even with his strength, he could not destroy the will of life in his hand. "What is this?" The divine dragon's expression changed drastically. He had an answer in his heart, but he dared not believe it. "This is the sovereign peace system. I'm giving it to you as a betrothal gift when you marry Xue." Qin Fin said with a smile. The divine dragon shuddered, and he almost threw the black wooden box in his hand away. This was a system, and ever since the divine dragon found out about the existence of a system on Earth, he had been longing to have a system to strengthen himself. "Are you really giving this system to me? Why don't you use it? Where did you get this system from?" The divine dragon had yet to recover from his shock, and countless questions popped up in his mind. "This system is useless to me. As for the source of the system, it's not convenient for me to tell you now." The sovereign peace system was given to Qin Fin by code name Y. Qin Fin would never reveal the identity of code name Y. The divine dragon's body was still trembling slightly. He held the black wooden box with both hands as if he was holding a peerless treasure. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the system in the wooden box. After a long time, he suddenly said, "Qin Fin, thank you for giving me the system. I won't say anything unnecessary. I'll be on your side from now on." This was what Qin Fin wanted. If the divine dragon joined, Qin Fin's battle team would be like a tiger that had grown wings. "All right, then sit on the ground. I'll help you integrate the sovereign peace system." Qin Fin and the divine dragon sat down one after another. The sovereign peace system did not choose the divine dragon, so Qin Fin could only use the system unsealing device to integrate the system into the divine dragon's mind. The integration process was smooth. An hour later, the divine dragon slowly opened his eyes, which were twinkling like stars. His entire temperament had changed, and there was an additional mysterious and ancient aura about him. This aura was somewhat similar to the hedonist sovereign system. This was because the two systems, including the superstar system, were of the same series. "I'm also the owner of the system now." The divine dragon stood up and looked at Qin Fin excitedly. Qin Fin nodded and said, "Congratulations, Senior Divine Dragon. In the future, you must make good use of the sovereign peace system and continue to protect the peace and stability of China's secular world." A series of system notifications rang in the divine dragon's mind, giving out many peace-related quests. The divine dragon was like a curious child when it came into contact with the system for the first time. The cute and immature scene amused Qin Fin. If the Chinese martial artists saw this, their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets after studying it for a while. The divine dragon completely accepted the reality of the system's existence. After owning the system, he realized that it was more powerful than he had imagined. "Senior Divine Dragon, please let me subdue your system. This way, I can find time to help you complete quests. In the future, we can also communicate telepathically across thousands of miles." The divine dragon was already very grateful that Qin Fin was willing to give him the sovereign peace system. He followed Qin Fun's instructions, and very quickly, the hedonist sovereign system subdued the sovereign peace system. According to the plan discussed with code name Y, Qin Fin had already begun to form the system's battle team. Currently, Qin Fun had 3 people in the sovereign peace system battle team. Shui Er was relatively weak, but Qin Fun and the Divine Dragon were both powerful people. After solving the problem of the system, the Divine Dragon hesitated for a while and suddenly said, "Qin Fun, you went to the Martial Art Alliance a few days ago, but you didn't see my master, right?" Qin Fun's actions in Kyoto naturally did not escape the Divine Dragon's eyes. Qin Fin did not hide it and said honestly, "I went to the Martial Art Alliance to look for Ling Jiutian. Unfortunately, the internal structure of the Martial Art Alliance is very complicated. Ling Jiutian is even more mysterious than you, so it's normal that I didn't find him." The Divine Dragon nodded slightly and continued saying, "I have a way to lure Master out." Qin Fun's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, "What way?" "Use you to lure Master out." The Divine Dragon pointed at Qin Fun and said. Qin Fun did not quite understand. "Senior Divine Dragon, I don't quite understand what you mean." The Divine Dragon let out a long sigh. He was now completely on Qin Fun's side, but he had betrayed his master. However, since Shui Er was with Qin Fun, the Divine Dragon had no other choice. "I told you last time that Master would ask me to keep an eye on a person's development every once in a while, and the closest person is you. If the person I'm keeping an eye on develops to a certain standard, I will send a signal to Master, and then he will come to find me." The Divine Dragon told Qin Fun in detail about his relationship with Ling Jiutian. However, Qin Fun frowned and thought for a while before saying, "So, the people you've been keeping an eye on are also system owners? How many people have you been keeping an eye on so far?" The Divine Dragon only realized this recently. He said in shock, "Including you, a total of 5 people. I didn't know these people were system owners before, but now it seems that there are quite a lot of systems on Earth." Qin Fun was also shocked. "What about the other 4 people? What did your master do to them?" The Divine Dragon's expression became solemn. "I've sent people to investigate the situation of those 4 people in the past few days. 2 of them have disappeared without a trace, and the other 2 seem to have gone to the inner hidden sects and disappeared from there." "Disappeared? What's going on?" Qin Fun's expression also became solemn. He could not understand Ling Jiutian's intentions, no matter how hard he thought about it. The Divine Dragon could not figure it out either. He had only recently learned about the secret of the system. Before this, he did not know that the people his master wanted to investigate all had the same secret. Even the Divine Dragon could not understand what his master was up to. "Looks like I can only wait for Ling Jiutian to come to me. Only then can I figure out his behind-the-scenes plan." Qin Fun and the Divine Dragon had no other way. In the end, they came to an agreement. The Divine Dragon would send a message to his master and let Ling Jiutian appear on his own. Shui Er and the girls had already gone around and returned to the valley. Seeing that Qin Fun and the Divine Dragon seemed to have become closer, Shui Er was indescribably happy. "Brother, let's have dinner together tonight. I'm going to the United States with Qin Fun and the others tomorrow." Shui Er was very happy today. She ran back and forth between Qin Fun and her brother like a cheerful bird. The beauty duo and Xiao Li were a little reserved in front of the Divine Dragon. He was the strongest person in the Huaxia secular world, an existence that had stepped into the true energy stage. It was the first time the 3 girls had seen the Divine Dragon, and there was an invisible, majestic aura surging out of him. The Divine Dragon invited everyone to have dinner in the valley. They lit torches and barbecued. After dinner, Qin Fun even danced and sang with the girls, making it look like a bonfire party. The Divine Dragon looked majestic as he sat on the top of a mountain and looked at Qin Fun and his sister. He was filled with emotions because Qin Fun's appearance had completely disrupted his life. The Divine Dragon did not know about the existence of the system before, but now he had become the owner of the system. He used to be an undefeated legend in the Huaxia secular world, but now he had lost to Qin Fin. The divine dragon used to listen to his master Ling Jiutian's orders, but now he began to question his master's actions. Who dared to step into the divine dragon mountain in the past? The people who came were all opponents of the divine dragon. The divine dragon had guarded the divine dragon mountain alone for more than 20 years. He was invincible and lonely, and only he could understand that loneliness and coldness. But now, the divine dragon mountain was filled with laughter. Before this, the divine dragon would never have dreamed that on such a full moon night, with a gentle breeze, he would be eating barbecue with some people in the divine dragon valley. He, the divine dragon, actually had friends. They played until the latter half of the night. The 4 girls were so sleepy that they lay down in the valley and fell asleep. Qin Fin and the divine dragon sat on the top of the mountain, overlooking most of the scenery in the capital. Both of them were the strongest people in Huaxia, and they sat quietly all night without speaking. Chapter 1101. The entire martial arts world was waiting for Qin Feng to go to the coronation ceremony. However, Qin Feng and the 4 beauties had already arrived at the Watson Airport in the United States. Qin Feng had yet to complete the I'm a Superstar mission, so he had to attend the Golden Deer Academy Awards and complete a few missions for Cher. Half a month ago, Qin Feng, Cher, and the beauty duo were still filming the movie Hedonist Sovereign in Watson Town. Now that they had Shaoli with them, Qin Feng and the others felt that it was fun to stand in front of the majestic Watson Town Star Hotel once again. Wow! Big brother Qin Feng, we're back. I still have to sneak into your room to help you tonight. It was in this hotel that Zhang Cuckoo had an affair with Qin Feng and became his woman. Qin Feng glared at Zhang Cuckoo, who was acting like an idiot. Before Zhang Cuckoo could finish her sentence, he quickly covered her mouth and pulled her into his arms. Kiki, what nonsense did you just say? Why did you go to Qin Feng's room in the middle of the night? Rao Sherman still didn't know. Qin Feng hurriedly smiled and said, It's nothing. It's not like you guys don't know this girl is a pervert. If she really wanted to find me at night, I wouldn't open the door even if you beat me to death. She pinched Zhang Cuckoo's arm and reprimanded her. You crazy girl, when can you be more composed? Zhang Cuckoo's eyes lit up. You're such a crazy girl. Zhang Cuckoo felt so wronged that tears almost rolled down her cheeks. She wanted to say something, but Qin Feng blocked her mouth. With this girl around, Qin Feng and the others never felt bored during their journey. After fooling around at the entrance for a while, Qin Feng brought the 4 beauties into the hotel. Wow, she must be a Chinese celebrity, right? Chinese women are so tender. The 4 of them are all top-grade girls. They can't be a group, right? If I can get all the girls in this group, I'm willing to shoot 2 less shows this year. Director Zhang, look over there. Should we develop those 4 girls, give them a female lead, and they'll be able to sleep with you in minutes? Only celebrities from various countries could stay in the Watson Hotel, and they also had to have some fame. In Star Hotel, handsome men and beautiful women were as common as clouds. However, when Rao Sherman and the other 3 women entered the lobby, they stood out like cranes among chickens and instantly attracted the gazes of dozens of men. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the superstar Snow? Ouch. The pretty girls are here too. Just as Qin Feng and the others arrived at the bar in the lobby, a man in a blue suit walked up to them with a smile. He had the face of a celebrity, was handsome and tall, and was followed by a man and a woman. They seemed to be his secretary and bodyguards. Song Xiaohu, it's you. Yuki Air and the beautiful girl, Duo, greeted the man when they saw him. Song Xiaohu was a famous martial arts star in China. Coupled with his good looks, he often acted in police films and mythological dramas. These 2 dramas were the most popular 2-step dramas at the moment, and Song Xiaohu's fame rose along with it. Hee. The 3 beauties are also here to participate in the Oscar Golden Deer Awards, right? Oh, right, the Pretty Girl Group is doing great this year. You've successfully switched to the film industry. The movie Hedonist Sovereign that you filmed some time ago was a box office hit. Congratulations. Song Xiaohu's words and actions were very gentlemanly. Rao Sherman said politely, "Thank you." Mr. Song has also acted in several popular movies this year. Congratulations. Actually, Rao Sherman and the other two girls were not familiar with Song Xiaohu. They were just in the entertainment industry together, so they more or less had some contact with each other. Usually, they would greet each other out of courtesy. They thought Song Xiaohu would leave after greeting them, but he looked at Xiao Li and said with a smile, "Huh? Is this beauty a nouveau riche in the entertainment industry? Why haven't I seen her before?" "Mr. Song, this is our good sister. She's not in the entertainment industry," Rao Sherman explained. "I see. This beauty's appearance, figure, and temperament are all in line with the standard of a first-rate actress. It's a pity that she doesn't act." "Oh, Sherman and Kiki, are you going to switch to the film industry? I happen to have a few movies in my hands, but I haven't decided on the female lead yet. Do you want me to recommend you to the director?" Song Xiaohu smiled. His eyes kept switching back and forth between Rao Sherman and the other two girls until he was dazzled. Xiao Li exuded some yin qi. She had long felt that Song Xiaohu was annoying. Rao Sherman, on the other hand, was cultured and refined. She declined and said no need. "If there's nothing else, we'll go and get a room." Rao Sherman didn't want to talk to Song Xiaohu, but she had a good reason to refuse. Qin Feng had been getting a room at the bar. He walked over and said, "There are quite a lot of people attending the Golden Deer Awards this time. All the rooms are gone, and there's only one standard room left. It's a bit crowded with so many of us. The 5 of us are staying in one standard room. It's indeed a bit crowded," Shui Er said with a pout. Rao Sherman walked over and asked, "Zhang Shui, why don't we go to the hotel next door and have a look?" Since Qin Feng came to attend the Golden Deer Awards, he had already restored his appearance as Zhang Shui. As soon as he came over, the 4 girls surrounded Qin Feng. No one paid attention to Song Xiaohu. Song Xiaohu was depressed. He had heard of Zhang Shui, but he didn't understand. Zhang Shui was only a rising star in the film industry. He only had one film, and he was so ugly. Why did Rao Sherman and the other girls hang out with him? "Hee, isn't this Zhang Shui? You're here too?" Song Xiaohu suddenly walked over. He obviously hated Qin Feng, but he put on a smile on his face. "Who is he?" Qin Feng didn't know Song Xiaohu. "Zhang Shui, he's Song Xiaohu, a martial arts star in China's film industry." Rao Sherman hurriedly introduced him. Qin Feng wasn't interested in Song Xiaohu. What martial arts star? Qin Feng could kill him with one hand. "I'll call someone for help. I heard this star hotel is the best hotel in the area. I can't let you guys stay in a bad place." Qin Feng thought of Director Henry and Director Tom of Can Film Group. Rao Sherman and the other girls nodded. Actually, they didn't care which hotel they stayed in. As long as they could stay with Qin Feng, it was fine. "Yo, I say, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Didn't you just shoot a big movie with a decent box office? You didn't even greet me when you saw me? Hee, you brat, you're not suitable to work in the entertainment industry." Qin Feng had just taken out his phone when he heard Song Xiaohu's strange voice. Song Xiaohu was very dissatisfied with Qin Feng. In his opinion, Qin Feng was only a junior who had just started out. So what if he had a successful movie? With Song Xiaohu's many years of connections in China's film industry, he was confident he could ban Qin Feng with one phone call. "Are you sick? If you're sick, go to the hospital for treatment." Qin Feng looked at Song Xiaohu with disdain. Song Xiaohu glared, and his nose was crooked from anger. With his current position in China's film industry, even the pretty girls and Cher didn't dare to offend him. Yet a small star like Zhang Shui didn't care about him. How could Song Xiaohu not be angry? "Fuck, do you know how to talk?" Are you trying to cause trouble? Song Xiaohu's expression was cold. Qin Feng's call went through. He didn't even bother to look at Song Xiaohu. He went to the side and talked for a while before coming back. Song Xiaohu's lungs were about to explode. When he saw Qin Feng coming back, he sneered, "Ha! This is Star Hotel in Watson, America. Do you think it's China? You want to call and find connections? Who doesn't have connections in Star Hotel? If you can get a room, I'll change my surname to yours." Song Xiaohu's words were not boasting. This Star Hotel was a gathering of superstars. Everyone wanted to stay in the presidential suite or VIP room. When they found out the Golden Deer Award ceremony was in a few days, superstars from various countries started to book rooms half a month in advance. Song Xiaohu booked the VIP room he had 20 days in advance. Qin Feng ignored Song Xiaohu. He called Director Tom earlier, and Tom said he would come over immediately. The room definitely wouldn't be a problem. Rao Sherman and the other 3 women were infuriated by Song Xiaohu provoking Qin Feng for no reason. The 4 of them surrounded Qin Feng and ignored Song Xiaohu. "Haha, Beauty Sherman, don't wait any longer. How can that brat get a room? You and Shui are both famous celebrities, so how can you stay in a standard room? I've booked a VIP suite. Why don't you, Kiki and Shui, all stay in my room?" Song Xiaohu talked nonsense for a long time and finally revealed his fox's tail. He wanted to hit on Rao Sherman and the others. "Hey, don't you think you're so annoying? Can't you see we don't want to talk to you? Hurry up and leave, or else Big Brother Jing Shui will teach you a lesson." Zhang Cuckoo had a bad temper. She scolded Song Xiaohu without hesitation. Song Xiaohu was stunned. He didn't expect a small celebrity like Zhang Cuckoo would dare to get mad at him. Ahem, ahem. Zhang Cuckoo, you better think before you speak. Otherwise, your path as a superstar will only get narrower and narrower. Song Xiaohu threatened Zhang Cuckoo. Zhang Cuckoo was not afraid at all. She glared at Song Xiaohu and said, "You big fly! I'll smack you if you don't leave." Zhang Cuckoo's body contained the gene of an ancient giant beast. Even Qin Feng was afraid of her when she was angry. However, Song Xiaohu was oblivious to Rao Sherman's reaction. He stood there arrogantly and said, "Sherman, you're much more rational than Zhang Cuckoo. You better educate Zhang Cuckoo. Otherwise, it'll affect your future." Song Xiaohu thought Rao Sherman could be suppressed. This woman was more considerate than Zhang Cuckoo. However, what surprised Song Xiaohu was that Rao Sherman, who had been elegant and gentle before, now had a stern expression on her face. "Kiki and I don't need you to meddle in other people's business, right? Just leave. We'll deal with the house ourselves." Song Xiaohu was stunned. He thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Today was really strange. Did this group of new celebrities grow their wings and grow strong? Humph. Good, very good. All of you better remember this. I would like to see if you can still get a new scenario in the future. Song Xiaohu looked as if he had shed all pretense of cordiality. He pointed at Qin Feng and the others and scolded them. Zhang Cuckoo had long been disgusted by Song Xiaohu. She suddenly turned into a gust of wind and appeared before Song Xiaohu. "Smelly fly, I'll smack you to death." Zhang Cuckoo slapped Song Xiaohu's face and sent him flying. Song Xiaohu's bodyguard and secretary were stunned. The bodyguard was a retired Special Forces soldier hired by Song Xiaohu at a high price. It was a piece of cake for him to fight 10 hooligans alone. However, he didn't even have time to react when Zhang Cuckoo slapped him. Bang! After flying for a while, Song Xiaohu crashed into a pillar in the hall and fainted. The secretary quickly ran to check on Song Xiaohu. The bodyguard stared at Zhang Cuckoo with vigilance, but he didn't dare to make a move. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a pretty girl before? Hurry up and leave with that fly slapper. Otherwise, I'll smack you too." The strength of Zhang Cuckoo's slap shocked the bodyguard. He hesitated for a while, but didn't dare to make a move. He ran to carry Song Xiaohu away with his tail between his legs. Chapter 11:02. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Even Qin Feng would not be able to withstand Zhang Kuku's attack, let alone an ordinary person like Song Xiaohu. And Mr. Zhang, it's really you. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. Tom and Henry rushed into the room as soon as Song Xiaohu and his group left. Tom and Henry had their eyes on Chang Xian, Ao Shaowan, and Chang Xian when Qin Feng came to America to film. However, they were tricked by Zhang Kuku and were shocked by Qin Feng's strength. Both of them wanted to kneel down before Qin Feng when they saw him again. They were afraid that they would provoke him and bring disaster upon themselves. Why are you two bastards here? Are you looking for a beating as well? Zhang Kuku was still unaware of the situation. She was enraged when she saw Henry and Tom. The two of them trembled in fear. They smiled at Zhang Kuku and the other girls and said, "We're here to book a room for everyone. The Oscar Golden Deer Award ceremony will be held soon, and the hotel is in short supply. However, we have a presidential suite that we can provide for everyone." The presidential suite that Qin Feng and his group had stayed in last time had a master bedroom and 2 guest rooms. It was just right for the 5 of them. Cut the crap and book a room now. Qin Feng said coldly. Henry and Tom were aggrieved. As the executives of America's film group, even Hollywood stars had to suck up to them. Yet, they were overwhelmed by a bunch of Chinese stars. However, the two of them did not dare to slight Qin Feng in the slightest. They hurriedly went to get a room with smiles on their faces. With Henry and Tom's help, booking a room was a piece of cake. Soon, the presidential suite was booked and Qin Feng and the 4 girls entered the room. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else I can do for you?" Director Tom looked at Qin Feng with a smile. "Oh, right. Have the nominees for the Oscar Golden Deer Award been announced?" Qin Feng asked. Tom looked troubled. He said, cautiously, "Mr. Zhang, there are many nominees, but there is only one winner. Moreover, the winner has already been decided. It's Odin, the most popular actor in Hollywood." Qin Feng had already guessed that there was an inside story to this award ceremony, so he did not have much of a reaction. "Go and disqualify Odin. Let me win the Golden Deer Oscar." Qin Feng said firmly. This was the system's mission. Qin Feng would not back down. Tom and Henry looked troubled. Henry said, "Mr. Zhang, if you want to win other trophies from the Oscars, Director Tom and I can get them for you. However, we can't change the Golden Deer Award. Odin's backer is very strong. There's nothing we can do." Qin Feng stared into their eyes for a few seconds and could tell that they were not lying. "How hard? I heard that Odin's cousin has connections in the U.S. military and he has close ties with the mafia. We can't afford to offend him," Tom said bitterly. "Is there really nothing you can do?" "There's really no other way. Even if Mr. Zhang kills us now, there's nothing we can do." Henry and Tom looked like they were about to cry. It was as if someone in their family had died. Qin Feng knew he had to deal with this himself. He couldn't rely on Henry and Tom. "All right, you guys can leave first. I'll look for you if there's anything else." Henry and Tom left the presidential suite. When they reached the lobby on the first floor, they both let out a long sigh of relief. "Io, isn't this Director Henry and Director Tom? I didn't expect to see the two of you here. What a pleasure to meet you." A pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Song Xiaohu, who had just woken up from his coma, greeted them with a smile. Song Xiaohu woke up after the bodyguards sent him back to his room. Then he immediately rushed down to cause trouble for Qin Feng and the others. In the end, he didn't see Qin Feng and the others. Instead, he bumped into Henry and Tom. "Who are you? Don't try to curry favor with me." Tom roared at Song Xiaohu as he had a bellyful of resentment from Qin Feng. Song Xiaohu, on the other hand, was still smiling. He was famous in China, but he was nothing in Hollywood. Moreover, Henry and Tom's company, Film Corporation, had more than half of its contracted stars were Hollywood superstars. Director Tom, I'm a Chinese martial arts star, Song Xiaohu. I've worked with your company before for a movie called StarCraft. I played the role of the 12th male lead. At the 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 32 seconds mark, I appeared in a scene that lasted for 2 seconds. Don't you remember? That's right. Song Xiaohu was extremely excited. That was an American blockbuster produced by Film Corporation. If he had a scene in it, he could brag about it for half a year. Tom and Henry looked at Song Xiaohu as if they were looking at an idiot. A 2-second scene? The 12th male lead? It'd be a freaking miracle if your elder remembers you. We still have things to do. Don't block our way. Tom glared at Song Xiaohu impatiently. This was completely different from how he treated Qin Feng respectfully before. Song Xiaohu didn't lose his temper at all. He continued to smile, took out a business card, and handed it over with both hands. Hee hee. All right. Then I won't bother you two anymore. This is my business card. If you have any business in the future, you can contact me. Tom coldly took the business card and strode out of the Star Hotel. As soon as he walked out of the door, Tom casually threw Song Xiaohu's business card into the trash can. Where are they? Where's Zheng Shuai and the others? Once Tom and Henry left, Song Xiaohu immediately changed into a different person. He angrily roared at the tall and sturdy bodyguard. The bodyguard said shakily, Mr. Song, they ran away. Ran away? Are you a fucking good-for-nothing? Your elder hired you to protect me with a high salary of $50,000 a month. But where did you go to eat shit? Why didn't you take revenge for your elder? Song Xiaohu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In his opinion, Zheng Shuai definitely didn't get a room. Who knew which small hotel he'd run off to? Song Xiaohu couldn't find Zheng Shuai even if he wanted to. The bodyguard was rained down with Song Xiaohu's scolding, but he didn't dare to say a word of resistance. The young and beautiful secretary, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression. She realized that she'd have to be ruthlessly beaten up by Song Xiaohu tonight to vent his anger. Trash! You're all fucking trash! Song Xiaohu scolded for a while, but his anger still wasn't appeased. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. He wanted to contact the big directors in China and completely ban Zheng Shuai and the beautiful girl duo. Little Song, what's the matter? Director Wang, I want you to ban a few celebrities for me. Song Xiaohu was in a fit of anger, so he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What celebrities are you banning? Are there celebrities in China who are blind enough to offend you? They should be newcomers, right? Director Wang said lightly. They're not really newcomers. It's Zheng Shuai and the beautiful girl duo. Oh yes, and that Cher. Director Wang, help me ban these 4 people. Huh? Director Wang, say something. Hello. Song Xiaohu was halfway through the call when the other side suddenly went silent. After a while, the call was directly hung up. Song Xiaohu thought that the signal was bad because he was in the United States, so he called Director Wang again, but the phone was notified that the other party's phone had been turned off. Fuck. Could it be that Director Wang's phone ran out of battery? Damn, I'll find someone else. I'll definitely kill Zheng Shuai and those bastards. Song Xiaohu dialed a new number and went out. Director Lee, it's me, Song Xiaohu. Little Song, aren't you going to the United States to attend the Oscar Film Festival award ceremony? What's going on? Director Lee, help me ban a few people. Zheng Shuai. Oh damn. Little Song, I'm still busy. Find someone else. Director Liu, help me ban a few people. They're all newcomers in the industry. Zheng Shuai and the beautiful girl duo. After that, I promise to help your company make a movie. Fuck! Song Xiaohu, are you crazy? Don't blame me for not reminding you that there are 4 people in the entertainment industry that you absolutely cannot provoke. Those 4 people are the people you want to ban. I still have something to do, so I'll hang up first. In 10 minutes, Song Xiaohu made no less than 20 phone calls. These people were on good terms with Song Xiaohu before, and they even asked about each other's well-being. But as soon as Song Xiaohu mentioned that he wanted to ban Jing Shuai and the others, they either hung up or found an excuse to hang up. Song Xiaohu was suddenly puzzled. What happened to Jing Shuai and the others? Weren't they all newcomers in the film and television industry? Why didn't I hear that they had any powerful backers? Song Xiaohu couldn't figure it out, but the person who answered Song Xiaohu's call was almost scared to death. Just a few days ago, the two most influential film and television companies in the provincial capital and Hong Kong, Star Media and House of Millions Media, simultaneously promoted Zheng Shuai's blockbuster movie, Hedonist Sovereign. The two companies even announced to the entire entertainment industry that Zheng Shuai and the beautiful girl duo would be under their protection, and anyone who dared to offend them would be offending the two companies. As for Cher, her scandal with Zheng Shuai was still spreading like wildfire. Therefore, the people in the industry with a bit of foresight did not dare to offend Cher. Song Xiaohu was not aware of these things because he happened to come to the U.S. a few days ago, so the news did not spread that fast. Qin Feng did not know that Song Xiaohu wanted to suppress him. He did not care about a clown like Song Xiaohu at all. The presidential suite was very spacious. The environment inside was elegant and luxurious. It had a living room, gym, recreation room, and so on. Literally, you and Cher will sleep in the same room tonight. Cuckoo and Sherman will sleep together. I'll sleep alone. Qin Feng had already arranged the accommodation. The four women had no objection. Zhang, Cuckoo smirked and ran to Qin Feng and whispered to him, "Big brother Qin Feng, don't bother to lock the door at night. I'll look for you in the middle of the night." Zhang Cuckoo pinched Qin Feng's thigh after she finished her words. Qin Feng almost pushed this little vixen down. It was almost night, and everyone was a little tired after a day of traveling. The four women returned to their respective rooms to rest, but Qin Feng was full of energy. He began to plan for the Oscar Golden Deer. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else I can do for you?" Qin Feng called Tom. "Send me Odin's photo and help me find his current location. Oh, right, help me nominate the winner of the Golden Phoenix Oscar. I want the Chinese movie star, Cher, to win the award." Qin Feng remembered that Cher's star system had a mission to win the Golden Phoenix Oscar. Qin Feng decided to complete the mission together. Tom did not hesitate this time. He immediately said, Okay. We can use our connections to get the Golden Phoenix Award. Odin should be staying in the Star Hotel. I'll ask the hotel staff to check his room number." Qin Feng hung up the phone. Not long after, Tom called. "Mr. Zhang, I've found Odin. He's staying in room 8886 on the same floor as you. A waiter saw him go to the restaurant on the third floor. He must have gone for dinner. Okay, I got it. You guys can go and settle the Golden Phoenix Award." Qin Feng hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was time for dinner. Rao Sherman and the other three women had Chinese food on the plane, so they must be hungry now.